In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. Let me turn off this music. Grand Rising, Grand Rising. It is good to see you. Hey, nappy child. It is always good to see you perusing these YouTube streets. Girl, it is a lot going on. I had a fabulous week off, unexpected week off. Would I say? Yes, I would say. But a fabulous vacation week off. You know, sometimes you got to get away. Whose song was that? Bobby Brown? I gotta get away. I gotta get away. I gotta get away from here, baby. Yeah, I think that was Bobby Brown. Yes. So I had a nice little getaway from the insaneness that's going on in the world around us. But we always have to get back into it and find out what has been going on. And a lot has been going on. A lot of coping, a lot of trying to get people caught up in alternative. What does your president? What did your Kellyanne Conway say in the first administration? Alternative facts. So we're going to do an update on the Nolan Wells case. Quite a bit of things have come out about this Nolan Wells case. Let me go here first. I want to make sure that I pin my link. If anyone wants to come up and comment, you are more than welcome to do so. Let me pin this link in the chat. The link is pinned in the chat. If you have anything that you want to add about any specific topics, I understand that, you know, when I get into certain conversations, MAGA gets in here and they try to deflect and they get way off topic. But we're going to try to stay on topic. So if you have anything that you would like to add to the program, you're more than welcome to hit the link. You know, just hit the link. I thank you guys for being here. Let me make sure it is on both of my channels. Yes, the link is available on both my channels. So we're going to get into the Nolan Wells update. Strangely enough, there has been two arrests in the Nolan Wells case. They have nothing to do with Nolan Wells. They have nothing to do with the threats that have been going out to Wells family. We've heard about there was allegedly someone actually at their home knocking on their younger child's window. We haven't heard about any arrest about any of those things. But there was an arrest in Sacramento, California, if I'm not in Sacramento, California, and Ohio. Okay, from people sending letters allegedly to the judge Ashley Cole about tick tick boom packages that should be showing up to their houses and all of this. Okay, so we have an arrest allegedly in Sacramento, California, and Ohio. And if I'm not mistaken, hold on. If I'm not mistaken, the lady in Ohio has documented mental health issues. But I don't support anybody being dumb enough to threaten people lives. I don't condone that. But I'm just giving you the update. But it seems like when you threaten people's lives, if they're black people, if they're trying to just get answers, that is a-okay. There's no comment about that type of stuff going on. If you threaten people's livelihood, there's no mention of that. There's no mention of investigating that. No, no, no. Nothing to see here. Nothing to say here. Now, Trent, what is his name? Trent. I think his name is Trent Out Loud. What is his name? There is a YouTuber that goes by the name of Trent Out Loud. Yes. He was actually on TMZ. And why am I talking about Trent Out Loud on TMZ? Because you should go over to Trent Out Loud's channel. If you haven't checked out Trent Out Loud, he does a great hold on. He does a great roundup of what's going on the Nolan Wells case. He offers not what he thinks, what he can prove, what he has receipts for. You know, there's nothing like a good receipt. So go over to Trent Out Loud. Now, I see some people. I see some people extra excited that Nancy Grace is on the case. I see people big upping Nancy Grace that is on the case. You know, TMZ. Oh, look what TMZ said. What I find about these two outlets is that they are the main ones that are putting out bullshit and lies. Now, what's so disheartening about this is that these raccoons who are big upping these non-black channels for putting out disinformation, they don't have the information themselves. If they had the information, they would quickly be able to see that a whole lot of bullshit and lies is being put out by these bigger investigators, and then they don't even have the with all. They don't even have the class to say, I misspoke. I made a mistake. I was incorrect. No, Nancy Grace has totally made a video disappear. Nancy, where's that video? Now, let's talk about the Cajun army who is out here putting salt all over Benjamin Crump's name, out here lying on Benjamin Crump multiple times. But we everybody was to interview with the United Cajun oh I think the United Cajun, what are they, Army or whatever, the group of people that go and search. The United Cajun Navy has accused attorney Ben Crump of lying about Nolan Wells' clothing when he was found saying that the 18-year-old was wearing only swim trunks, not fully clothed. The organization claimed it never spoke with Crump and never provided information that Wells was found fully clothed. The controversy stems from a misunderstanding during a Navy grace where UNC president and Todd Terrell agreed with her, wondering, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The controversy stems from a misunderstanding during a Nancy Grace interview where the United Cajun Navy President Todd Terrell agreed with her wording. Crump says he stands by the truth. So they're saying that that Crump is lying. And they're questioning his statements that he stands by the truth. Now, what I question is, why are they saying that he agreed with the president of the United Cajun Navy, Todd Terrell, when in fact it was not Todd Terrell who was on Nancy Grace's show who said that. It was that big mouth buddy of the governor of Mississippi, Trasher, who was the one who said that. The same Trasher, he definitely has the right last name, who said that he was in the air in an airplane, and he had a picture of Nolan Wells' body, and if the family wanted, they could just come to him and ask him for the pictures and he would give it over. He said that on an interview with TMZ. So the family who is searching for their child, you are there to assist the family to find their child, but you're sitting up on TMZ telling TMZ that, oh, well, I got a picture of the body, and if they want it, all they have to do is come to me and ask me for it. How much sense does that make? So this same Trasher is the one who bought up the clothing that Nolan Wells had on. Nancy Grace initiated the conversation. Nancy Grace said, you found him fully dressed? And he's like, yes, Nancy, we found him fully dressed. So Ben Crump, after that show, says, hey, they've said that they found him fully dressed. The last time we saw him, he was in just swim trunks. Who put a shirt on him? Who dressed him? Isn't that the obvious question when the person who wants all the back rubs and pats on the back of finding the body says that we found him fully dressed? Wouldn't that be an obvious question if you're searching for the truth? So who lied? Exactly who lied? I'm curious. Who lied? So then we also have why you cannot trust Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace plays a whole lot of games. So let me share. Let me make sure I'm sharing my information with you. Let me make sure I am sharing all of my information with you, because sharing is caring. That's what receipts are for. That's what receipts are for. Here we go. Right here. The United Cajun Navy has accused attorney Ben Crump of lying about Nolan Wells' clothing when he was found, saying the 18-year-old was wearing only swim trunks, not fully clothed. The organization claimed it never spoke with Crump and never provided information that Wells was fully clothed. Benjamin Crump never said that the United Cajun Navy spoke with him personally and told him that. He said that that's what they said, and in fact, that is what they said. And then so they're going to try to get around it and say it was a misunderstanding when somebody else, the president of the organization, so they're lying in there saying that Benjamin Crump misunderstood full English. And then they're trying to put it on the top authority of the United Cajun Navy, when in fact it was none other than Trasher, who you see breast to breast with their arms wrapped around each other, him and the governor of Mississippi, real buddy palsy like in his office. If you want to see all of that, you need to go over to what is you really need to go over to the original Queen Amadea Shakur show. She is up to date. She is on all of this information. Well, let me see. Let me see. So, let me share with you some disturbing things that you may not have noticed that Nancy Grace is doing. And instead of my good friend Ben Crump, well, let's talk about the dogs that were supposed to be denied the right to search the boats. That the same trasher, the same piece of trash from the United Cajun Navy said that we offered Ben Crump the opportunity to have our dogs go search the boats, but Ben Crump told us no, that he didn't need that. Ben Crump don't have no boat. The family of Nolan Wells, who Ben Crumps represent, doesn't have a boat. So why is the United Cajun Navy saying that they offered Ben Crump the opportunity to put the dogs on the boat to see what the scent dogs could find? Because Ben Crump doesn't have the authority to give them permission to aboard someone else's boat. So the simple fact that you had this hack out here, Trasher. Now, somebody has taken over for Trasher because of all of the bullshit that Trasher has been putting out here, that people can easily discover if you have half of a brain to know that Ben Crump cannot give you authority to load someone else's vessel. So they wanted to put it on Ben Crump. Now, what Nancy Grace sneakily snuck away. Nancy Grace, the prosecutor, this big prosecutor, when she got that information from Trasher from the United Cajun Navy, well, Ben Crump, how come you didn't want the dogs on the boat, Crump? Crump, answer, Crump. How come you ain't want the dogs on the boat? Like she don't know no better. But maybe she don't know any better. Maybe she don't know any better. Let's get to this. Maybe Nancy Grace has no clue. Maybe she has no clue. Hey, the Bushes, how you doing? Let's get to the Nancy. Hey, Jackson Street, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's get to the video files. It all goes down in the videos files. And Nancy Grace, what happened to this video when as you call him, your good friend, you had a question for your good friend Ben Crump about where's the video? Nancy, can you tell us what happened to that video? Did you take that down, Nancy? And when content creators got in your ass and told you, how is Ben Crump going to give them or deny them permission to take scent dogs on someone else's boat? But when you discovered that, Nancy, instead of coming back and saying, I didn't press him hard enough, doesn't have authority to deny these boats to deny this family from getting on the boat. No, Nancy, you did none of that, Nancy. None of that did you do, Nancy. Yeah, here we go. I think we're right here. Maybe this may be
the family regarding cadaver dogs.
Yeah, so obviously the online chatter started right away. People were coming up with all kind of bizarre theories about how he was, he came back to the island, they took him back out there and dumped him, all this kind of stuff. So we just said, hey, one of our top, canine teams happens to be in Jackson, Jackson County, Mississippi. Jackson County Canine is their name. I said, we'll be happy to have these cadaver dogs go over and inspect the boat. And we told this to Crump's legal team. And so we'll have them go inspect the boat, and they'll be able to tell if there's decomp on that boat. And they said, oh, well, we heard they cleaned the boat. I said, no, there's only one chemical that you could possibly get rid of decomp with, and I guarantee these people don't know what it is. So there's no way they could be a month later, these dogs would be able to smell the decomp. And they would also have Nolan sent, if he was on the boat alive, but they would also know if there was a dead body on that boat. And
first of all, second of all, third of all, how can he guarantee that they would not know what the product is to get the smell of decomposition off the boat when one of their fathers is a doctor? One of their fathers is a doctor in toxology, nonetheless. Some of these parents own pharmacies. How does this motherfucker sit up here and say what he can guarantee what someone else don't know? Telling a lie that let him finish his lie.
They declined. They said, nah, we don't think so. So I'm not sure why they didn't want to do. And they would also have Nolan sent, if he was on the boat alive, but they would also know if there was a dead body on that boat. And they declined. They said, nah, we don't think so. So I'm not sure why they didn't want to dispel that. Right away, we would have known right away if the dead body had been on that boat.
Okay, Crump. Why aren't you allowing the cadaver dog team onto that boat? We need to know.
Now, that's who these raccoons are out here high-fiving that is on the case. Where's that video, Nancy? Nancy, where is this video? Where's your overt correction about this video, Nancy? Nancy Grace. I hear some people, some raccoons have come out and start celebrating and talking about Auntie Nancy is on the case. And Auntie Nancy is, it appears to me that Auntie Nancy is getting all of her information from content creators. No, let me see. Now, you saw that guy. We saw that guy. Now, here is the president of the United Cajun. What is it? The United Cajun Navy. You saw this one guy. So then look what they did. You saw that they said that there was a misunderstanding and the president of the United Cajun Navy misspoke. No, the president of the United Cajun Navy didn't misspeak. Let me see what this is. Hold on. This Thrasher
You
guy.
are referring, listen.
I didn't. I held that for something else. Let me remove that. Thank you for the jewels, Madison. Hey, Madison. Hey, Regina Myers. It is good to see you. Happy Monday. Please hit the like button. I appreciate your support. Now, I want to show you how they try to fix up. I showed you the clip where they said that the president of the United Cajun Army was the one. Let me share this video with you, where the president of the United Cajun Navy is in fact going to make the correction. He's going to say, let me be real clear with my words. He's trying to be real clear with his word, because they have already gone out and said that Benjamin Crump lied and said that the United Cajun Navy told him that he was fully dressed, when in fact the United Cajun Navy, the first guy that I just showed you, Trasher, that is exactly what he said. So here comes the president trying to pretend like he wants to be real careful with his words, because you called Crump a liar. So they're trying to discredit the legal team that is working on this case, and it's not going to work. And I'm very curious as to why Auntie Nancy Grace is deleting videos.
The Cajun Navy. Todd, thank you for being with us tonight. Todd.
So this is Todd, the president of the United Cajun Navy. Now he's going to talk about this misunderstanding about Nolan being fully dressed.
Explain to me the offer that you guys made to Crump.
Well,
Oh no, I'm sorry. He's talking about the dog.
first of all, I want to make sure that I really am specific about the words I use, because I don't want things taken out of context. Me personally, as president of the United Cajun Navy, made a call to Mr. Crump and offering him our services for dogs, cadaver dogs. And
so me personally, he said himself personally. Didn't you hear the other guy represent that he's personally spoke to Ben Crump? He talked about it as if he was standing face to face with Ben Crump, and Ben Crump told him no. They already washed the boat, and Ben Crump told him no. So at what point? And they have gone out and said all of this about Ben Crump denying the dogs. At what point are they going to tell you that Trasher was lying, because he's what his name represents?
Scent dogs. I never heard back from him. Me personally, as president of the United Cajun Navy, made a call to Mr. Crump and offering him our services for dogs, cadaver dogs, and specific scent dogs. I never heard back from him. Our incident commander, Josh.
I never heard back from him. Didn't the other guy tell you that Ben Crump told him no? But are they addressing this? That first guy that I showed you had already gone on Nancy Grace's show. What about the dogs, Trump? Crump. I keep on calling Trump. What about the dogs, Crump? Huh? We need to hear about the dogs. But everybody's so happy that Auntie Nancy is on the case. And Auntie Nancy don't even understand that the bullshit that's being blown in her face. Or maybe she does. Or maybe she's helping to blow the bullshit out here. And when regular people understand that bullshit that was blown in her face was nothing but bullshit, then she has to course correct and pretend like she wasn't out here putting out misinformation that she knows doesn't make sense. But he said that he never heard back from Ben Crump. And why should he? Because he is over the United Cajun Navy. He already knows what the process is to get cadaver dogs on that boat. That would be speaking with the owner or getting a warrant, a search warrant. He knows the process. He knows the procedure, what it takes. So is he acting like he's surprised he didn't hear back from Crump? You shouldn't hear back from Crump.
Did speak to Liza Parks, I think he's one of his lead attorneys or whatever, and offered the services as well. The rumors about us talking to Mr. Crump, personally, I want to set the record straight. Nobody, myself, nor anyone from United Cajun Navy spoke personally to Mr. Crump. We did reach out and make an offer, but we did not hear back from him.
Okay. Much has been.
Nobody personally talked to Mr. Trump. We did reach out and make an offer, but we did not hear back from him. This is after. A representative from the United Cajun Navy was on Nancy Grace's show. Good luck finding it if you can, because I had to find it on a whole nother
regarding
channel.
cadaver dogs.
Yeah, so obviously the online chatter started right away. People were coming up with all kind of bizarre theories about how he was, he came back to the island, they took him back out there and dumped him, all this kind of stuff. So we just said, hey, one of our top, canine teams happens to be in Jackson County, Mississippi. Jackson County Canine is their name. I said, we'll be happy to have these cadaver dogs go over and inspect the boat. And we told this to Crump's legal team. And so we'll have them go inspect the boat, and they'll be able to tell if there's decomp on that boat. And they said, oh, well, we heard they cleaned the boat. I said, no, there's only one chemical that you could possibly get rid of decomp with, and I guarantee these people don't know what it is. So there's no way they could be a month later, these dogs would be able to smell the decomp. And they would also have Nolan sent, if he was on the boat alive, but they would also know if there was a dead body on that boat. And they declined. They said, nah, we don't think so. So I'm not sure why they didn't want to dispel that right away.
They declined. They said, nah, we don't think so. Am I crazy here? Or is Auntie Nancy trying to play you for crazy? And then when she has to go back and correct it, she never says nothing. But remember, we're supposed to believe that Ben Crump is her good friend. Crump. Let's continue.
Made of the offer to, was it cadaver dogs, scent dogs, or both, Todd?
It was both. It was cadaver dogs and specific scent dogs. And, some of this needs to be clarified. Okay. And we did make an offer, but we did not hear from him himself. Gotcha.
There's a lot of people on the team. So who is it that you said you guys contacted?
There's a lot of people on the team. It was clarified. It was clarified by the person who put the lie out here. The same person that put the story out about the clothing. Let's find the story about the clothing. And Nancy Grace, there's a lot of people on the team. But what happened to your big accusation of needing to hear something from Trump? What's up, Trump? How come we haven't? I'm Crump. What's up, Crump? How come we haven't heard about the cadaver dogs? Isn't that what you said, Nancy? When you heard that cock and bull story? Yeah, that's what you said.
The family regarding cadaver dogs.
Said, nah, we don't think so. So I'm not sure why they didn't want to dispel that right away. We would have known right away if the dead body had been on that boat.
Okay, Crump. Why aren't you allowing the cadaver dog team onto that boat?
You notice how the story has changed now? You notice how she never makes mention that she gave you, she let the
or spoke with?
Liza Park.
That she let the wrong information get out. And she questioned his integrity behind this thrasher, piece of trasher.
Of the offer to, was it cadaver dogs, scent dogs, or both, Todd?
It was both. It was cadaver dogs and specific scent dogs. And, some of this needs to be clarified. Okay. And we did make an offer, but we did not hear from him himself. Gotcha. There's a lot of people on the team. So who is it that you said you guys contacted or spoke with? Liza Park. And we have a phone record. Our guy, Josh Gill, my incident commander, on the 13th, left her a message. And on the 14th, they reached out to her. And I think got back, I think it was 9:51 on the 14th. There was a 23-minute call with Josh Gill, our incident commander, and Liza Park, who I believe is Mr. Crump's lead attorney. And so they knew well what we did, the credentials of the dogs, and what our specific offer was. So they knew it ahead of time.
To Marie Pereira joining us, veteran criminal defense attorney. She is also a domestic violence expert and a registered nurse to boot. Marie, thank you for being with us tonight. Here's the deal. A lot has been made that Nolan Wells' family turned down an offer to have the boat searched with cadaver dogs, which, if they had hit on the boat, would suggest a dead body had been on the boat. Here is the fly in the ointment. It's not their boat. They can't give authority or permission or privilege for anybody to get on that boat and search the boat. So
this is days later. But you saw what she said when she was initially given that initially that crock of BS come out on her channel about Benjamin Crump. But now she's had an epiphany. The woman who, as far as Willie D reports, has prosecuted over 100 cases and has never lost a case. But she let the trasher from the United Cajun Navy come out and give this audience this crock of shit of BS, trying to discredit and defame Benjamin Crump and his work. Let's make it real clear. Do you see the difference? Now, she's going to bring it to this woman, but she has to say what is obvious, what she knows this woman is going to say. Now, all of a sudden, she knows that this was a crock of shit, but she has to make it appear like, oh, well, I knew that. Even I knew that. But she didn't know it the day that it was put out on her channel. A whole lie.
The fact that Crump's team didn't call back means nothing. It's not their boat. They can't give authority or permission or privilege for anybody to get on that boat and search the boat. So the fact that Crump's team didn't call back means nothing. They were not authorized to give authority or privilege or permission for anybody to board that boat, much less a cadaver dog or a scent dog.
You nailed it. And it's not his job or anybody else's to do what the police need to be investigating. After hearing that audio and knowing all the facts, they should be investigating this like it's a homicide and stop with the he say, she say from all of those kids on the boat who are presumed innocent at this moment, but I'm seeing and hearing guilt. Just off the fact that they even had his phone, that part. Why did you even have his telephone? I will never get over that because even as an adult, my phone is my life. If I'm staying back doing anything, I'm staying with my phone.
Okay, so let's review the other lie about the fully dressed that they wanted to say that Benjamin Crump lied on them. So you have to understand that these people are trying to grift off of this story. Understand, while they are saying that Black content creators who are and threatening Black content creators about defamation because they are calling them on the obvious lies that they are catching them in. What you really need to understand is your for-profit media is in on this as well. So let's check this out. Let me make sure I'm sharing this link. All of these links will be in my description box under Nolan Wells update. Let's dive into this, shall we? This is about the lie that they say that they never said that Nolan was fully dressed. And Benjamin Crump came out and lied on them because Benjamin Crump said that the United Cajun Navy told him that Nolan Wells was found fully dressed. When in fact, Benjamin Crump did not say anything about Nolan Wells being fully dressed until this was said on whom's show? The Nancy Grace show. What's going on, Nancy? We need answers, Auntie Nancy.
Clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant that he drowned. Now, when we say he was found fully clothed on the beach.
Hold on.
The United Cajun Navy said they never said that Nolan Wells was fully clothed. However, it was actually said with an interview with them and Nancy Grace.
As I recall, Todd Terrell, Nolan was face down, still fully clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant that he drowned. Now, when we say he was found fully clothed on the beach, it was in the same vicinity of where he possibly drowned.
Now, in that interview, that was Todd Terrell. He's the owner and founder of the United Cajun Navy.
Oh, I was mistaken. That was Todd Terrell. That is the president, the one who was in the second clip that I showed you. The one who was saying, who was trying. Let me make sure I get my words straight. So he didn't make sure he got his words straight then. And when we say fully clothed, we mean he was found in the same vicinity of where he was last saw. When I say he was fully clothed, he was found in the same vicinity of where he was last saw. So, because he was found in the same vicinity where he was last saw, what does that has to do with when you say he was fully clothed? See? But Benjamin Crump was a liar. They were insulted that Benjamin Crump repeated what the search and rescue team said about Nolan's condition of Nolan Wells' body upon them discovering it. It's Benjamin Crump's fault. These shapeshifters are out here trying to make you believe that Benjamin Crump is out here trying to get money. As he can't get the truth because they are always changing their stories. Let's continue.
Nancy Grace asked him about Nolan Wells being found fully clothed. He responded back and said yes, and started to talk about the area that Nolan was found in. He said the area was known for its rip currents, and he also said that Nolan was found face down, which indicated a drowning. So if anybody should have clarified that, he should have clarified that during that interview with Nancy Grace when he responded back saying yes, in agreement that he was found fully clothed. Now, Ben Crump did make those statements during the press conference that was held to go over the preliminary autopsy findings. They then went on X and said that they did not make those statements and said that Nolan Wells had on trunks. Ben Crump responded asking about the statements that the owner had previously made, and they said, please don't misrepresent our words. Now, in all honesty here, the only people that misrepresented those words were possibly them because they had the opportunity to clear that up. That Nancy Grace interview has over 1 million views, and a lot of people took what they said as fact. Now, as of right now, we could just take the United Cajun Navy's word saying that Nolan Wells actually had on swim trunks, and maybe this was some kind of mistake. And once I have more information that has been verified, I will let you all know. The
link is in my description box. The reason why I'm playing this, there's a lot of lies and BS going on about this Nolan Wells case. I do want you to understand this. Stay focused. Where is Nolan's throat? Anybody know where Nolan's throat, the contents of his stomach? Does anybody understand why a professional would do an autopsy of a body and know that the body is going for a secondary autopsy and not share their findings of the body parts that they are keeping, which they are allowed to keep for further investigations? Why were there no notes about these body parts and why they decided that they needed to keep these body parts for further investigation? Why are there no photographs, no notes of findings on this throat, this stomach? Why are there's just a body missing parts, and you are supposed to conceive of what and how that plays into the unfortunate demise of Nolan Wells, as you are trying to go on a fact searching mission about what caused his demise. Anybody make can anybody make that make sense? I remember I used to it was a lot of people don't know a lot of things about different things about around death and things like that. I used to watch on HBO. They had Dr. G Medical Examiner. Dr. G Medical Examiner went through every autopsy from top to bottom. When they said that they had taken all of Nolan Wells' internal internal organs out, I wasn't surprised because I know that's what they do. That's the point of the autopsy. They weigh every and measure every organ. That's what they do, and then they put the contents back into a bag and put them back into about the body. I'm very and there was a big gasp because a lot of people just not that they're stupid. It this who is aware of everything there is to be aware of because I guess black people take it a certain way when you hear about black bodies with missing organs. Like the young man that was found wrapped up in a gym mat, and his body was sent to the family full of newspaper, zero organs, that type of stuff. So I understand why there was a visceral reaction to the body parts are being taken out of the body. But I do understand as well that that is a part of. Yes, they are trying to discredit Benjamin Crump. That's exactly what they're trying to do. But let's I good morning, DC Kool-Aid and Lisa. It is good to see you. If you like this content, please hit the like button now. But what I also want to show you that they want to now. Willie D had a. If you haven't watched Willie D's, let me drop a few people's link in this chat who I recommend, and I highly recommend that you go over and if you want to be totally abreast on this, check these channels out. Hold on. The original Queen Amadea Shakur show. Let me give you her channel. It will also be in the. It will be also be in my description box if you have not gone over there. And she is another one that I like because she don't want to hear hearsay. She don't want to hear about anything that cannot be verified. So go over there and check this link out. It is also in my description box. Oh, what is that? Who is that other guy? And go over it and check out Willie D. Let me see. What is? Oh God, what is his name again? Oh God, what is his name? I'm gonna get his name when I start these clips. Let's because you might want to go over there, and the one who was on TMZ that I was telling you was on TMZ. Now they want you to believe that everything is about race and people are race hustling it, and they are trying to get money. They are grifting. Now, like I say, we have a doctor, a toxology, alleged toxology doctor is one of the parents of the one who went on the raccoon show and did all of that talking about sailing and boating, and we like boats and boating, and we will everybody's out there. And I didn't hardly see Nolan, even though I didn't hardly see him. And Nolan, now there are also accusations of that you may be hearing soon, you may have not heard. Now, there have been reports that there is some couple who are trying to say that they actually saw Nolan out in the middle of the ocean with all of these people. You saw all of the groups of people in the boats and stuff around having intercourse with a woman. You know how they over sexualize black men? You know, if we can't get him with all the rest of these lies, let's just sexualize his behavior. Let's just sexualize his behavior, and that will make it okay with everybody. What? You mean to tell me that nigger was out there having relations with one-eyed YT girls? Just over sexualize it. So wait on it. If you haven't heard that report, yes, these are the reports that they are trying to put out. Now, whoosh. Oh, Trent. I want to drop the link to Trent. Trent Out Loud. If you have gone over Out Loud, these are the people that drop receipts. Now, the original queen is talking about the cornbread Costa Nostra. She's talking a lot about them because I remember watching a true crime story about this judge in Biloxi and his wife. She was kind of ill. They were up in age. His wife was kind of ill. Her sitter had left the room, or maid had left the room, and then somebody just came in and pow this old judge wife. And I think the old judge got done away with in his driveway. Yeah, in his driveway. And they connected that back to some Lonely Hearts Club that was being run out of Angola State Prison by one of the head leaders of the Cornbread Costa Nostra. Now, there are questions. They are also considered the cleanup crew. So there are questions now buzzing around with how many of these high people in high positions are related. The one of the mayor of Biloxi, Mississippi, uncle is reported to be a high-ranking member of the cornbread crew. So now there are questions because these people think and seem and are, really secure in the fact that, hey, it's going to go down how we say it's going to go down. We're going to put out a story, and if you put out a conflicting story, then we're going to threaten you with lawsuits. So we're going to keep you from talking, and we're going to try to discredit Ben Sharpton and Al Sharpton and Ben Crump by calling them money-hungry grifters. But what about this? What's this about them? Give, Send, Go account has been set up for the quote unquote friends. Stand with Nolan Wells, targeted friends. $100,000 they expect to raise, and how much have they raised? $65,167. Created a fundraiser created by Benjamin Hudson. You know who else's name is Hudson? Warren Hudson. The Warren who was on the show with the raccoon doing all that talking, saying a whole bunch of nothing, and has been caught contradicting himself. If you want to hear the contradictions, take yourself over to the original Queen Shakur page. I dropped the link in the chat. Did I drop Trent's link in the chat? Let me make sure I drop Trent's link in the chat. Because let me be sure. Let me drop a Trent's link in the chat. Go over there and check out people who are talking with receipts. So they want money for people want money to know what happened to this boy. So they want money. Wait a minute. So they want money for people want to know what happened to this boy. I'm not sure. I can't decipher what you're trying to say there. But go over to Trent. No, this is the family of the YT group. The family of the YT group is the one asking for money. You know, these pharmacists who own several pharmacies in the area, the parents of this friend group. If I hear friend group one more time, these families who no, we call his grandpa. We just got off the phone of this grandpa. They don't need nobody to come out there and told them. We don't know if he has. We're not sure if he has an account with us, but we'll call his grandpa and he'll let you know. We don't know if the grandpa has an account with CTO. On the CTO phone call, you hear Warren call into CTO and say that they act like he's all panicked. And when they ask him how far up is the water, is it ankle length? Is it? Oh, I don't know. How are you panicked about your boat sinking? But you don't know how far up the water is, and nobody comments on how this makes sense. You're calling a whole company talking about your boat is sinking, and you cannot answer a simple question of how far up is the water. Is it ankle length? What you say? Oh, I don't know. We just sinking. We just need help. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Make any of this make sense. Then you get a TMZ out here trying to substantiate, and then you get the raccoon former cop out here trying to substantiate. Yes, they were sinking. Yeah, we got pictures, we got videos, we got pictures. You got pictures and videos? Well, why is it the pictures and the videos that you have doesn't match the location that was given when they gave the location of where the boats were? The boats were right there at the dock of the island. But you have a picture of them being way out in water. How can both things be? How can two things be true? See, they don't want people to get into the minutia of all the BS that has been put out about this story. So let me continue. Let me close this up. Let me continue with what these well-to-do, well-curved, well-educated, well-paid friend group parents are putting out on social media. But they want you to believe that Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton are grifting for money. Now, do you think that parents that own pharmaceutical companies are hard pressed for money? I get anybody can be hard pressed for money, but I digress. Let's get into some of these. Get into some of the fact. This is I got on the Trent Out Loud show. You may want to go over there and check this out. We now these are the stipulations of the site where they are collecting money. What is that site again? Let me who are they collecting money via? And these are some things that you want to know because you notice that they people don't go to GoFundMe a lot because GoFundMe will not allow you to collect money for legal fees. Give, send, go. So these are some of the stipulations that Give, Send, Go allows for. Trent Out Loud. I put this link in the chat. Go over there and subscribe and listen to facts with the receipts. We do not have evidence that every dollar will necessarily be spent on a lawsuit. The page says the funds will be received by Taylor and Cox Law Firm, PA. But it does not say, one, all funds will be used exclusively for litigation. It does not say what happens if there is no lawsuit. It does not say what happens to unused funds. And it does not say or whether the law firm is holding the money in a client trust account. These are the things that they do not tell you. But we do know that the money that was collected on behalf of Nolan Wells, the reward funds that were given on behalf of Nolan Wells. Now, Byron Allen has also chimed in, and he has donated. How much did Byron Allen? I think Byron Allen donated $100,000 to make the fund for anyone who has any information that would assist in the arrest of anybody who have any information that would assist in finding out any information about the Nolan Wells disappearance up and into arrest of any subjects. I think that 100. Let me see. I think that fund is up to $225,000 right now, with the addition of Byron Allen, Colin Kaepernick, Al Sharpton's Association, Terrell Owens, and Tyler Perry. Did I say Tyler Perry? Yeah, I think that is up to $200,000. So then this same person comes out. This same person comes out, and he opens up a. Who is the same person? This same person, the father of Warren Hudson, Benjamin Hudson, comes out with a $50,000 reward fund as well for anybody who has information about the Nolan Wells disappearance. But why did Benjamin come out with a separate? Why did he separate his collection of money of anybody who has information? With if I got a fund at $250,000, and I see a fund who wants the same resolve and information that I want, and I got $50,000 to throw at it, why would I think that my little $50,000 is going to be tantalating when I can throw it on top of $225,000 and be like, hey, let's get these mouths talking? If I don't want the mouths to talk with the people who are collecting the $225,000. So we understand that there's a separate $50,000 for information from the same person who turns around and puts up a fundraiser to. Why did he put up this fundraiser? To collect for possible litigation of this case. Possible litigation. And there is a point in there where he tries to make you believe that, like, we are already being sued. Let's get into what it says. Some of the... Oh, wait a minute. Let's get into what the gift and goals... what the crowdsourcing company does and does not allow. Let's get into that first, and then we're going to get into the statement where these rich people are begging regular people for money because they know that so many people would just give up money to people who are overtly rich. Now, before I speaking of rich, I was talking about the granddaddy. We talked to his granddaddy. Now, his granddaddy, we don't know if he has an account with a CETO. You don't know if his granddaddy has an account with CETO. This is the major person that the woman spoke to. She spoke to her boss and says, "We have these kids out here." She was concerned. She said, she was so concerned that these were kids. You know, it's a wonder how they continue to call a certain 18 and 19-year-olds, 20 and 21-year-olds kids. We got a bunch of kids out here. And then when she speak to her boss, well, I already start to talk to the granddaddy. Well, does he have an account? You want? Well, I don't know. You can check on that. You don't know. But the granddaddy called you personally on your cell phone. The grandfather, instead of calling into the CETO company, the grandfather knew how to get in contact with you wherever the fuck you were. Most likely via cell phone. Could that have been? You talk to the granddaddy, but you don't know if he has a CETO account. Why do I think that is a bunch of BS? I think that's a bunch of BS because the granddaddy allegedly was a big boat seller in the region, had several boat dealerships in the region, and one of the things that he used to allegedly set up his clients with was a tow package. One of the businesses that was heavily advertised allegedly was CETO. So we are to believe that the head guy over CETO don't know if the grandpappy who have several boat operations. We are to believe that he don't know if that grandpappy who is selling all of these boats in this region has an account with CETO. That's what they want you to believe. That's what they want you to believe. So now all of these rich people who are selling boats, who have boat dealerships, allegedly have boat dealerships all in the family, but they don't know if they got tow packages with CETO. When they talk to the main person at CETO, we don't know all that, but hey, we talked to Grandpappy already. Don't send nobody out there. A few things stand out immediately. The fundraisers was created by Benjamin Hutton. That tells us who started the campaign. 2, the funds are not being paid directly to the individual. The page states fundraiser funds will be received by Taylor and Cox law firm PA. That means Give, Send, Go is sending the money to the law firm, not to Benjamin Hudson personally. This does not tell us who the ultimate beneficiaries are. It only tells us who is receiving the funds on Give, Spend, and Go on Give, Send, and Go behalves, which would be the law firm. The law firm could be holding the money in a trust for one client, multiple clients, or using it to pay legal expenses. So it's not transparent. Kind of like the stories that you have been getting about this whole thing. Now, hello, how are you? Okay, so what else? What else do I want to show you? Here we go. Trent Out Loud says, I did not find any language in the campaign that says all donations must be spent on a lawsuit. I did not find any language that said unused money will be refunded to the donors. I did not find any language that says unused money will remain in the law firm's trust account. I did not find any language that says, or what happens if no legal action is ever filed. No information. If there is no legal action filed, what's going to happen to the money? We don't know. These rich people who are telling you that civil rights activists who are asking for answers which have not been forthcoming and to up until this point have not been given, but they're collecting money, but they want you to believe that these civil rights activists who have gotten this pushed out in front of the media largely, not as large as Natalie Holloway, not as largely as Casey Anthony, not as loudly as John Benet Ramsey, not that loud. But it's too much hubbub around this. They need to nip this in the bud. So based on what is publicly available, we simply don't know what would happen to any of the unused funds. Okay, so let's let's go to some of the statement that was included. Let's see what Daddy Hudson says as he bastardized Nolan Wells' name in a Give, Send, Go begging campaign for rich people to beg YTs who hate black people so much that they will actually pull money out of their pockets to give to these rich YTs. Let's see what he says. On Independence Day, weekend of 2026, our lives were changed forever when a group of friends lost their best friends, Nolan Wells. A group of friends lost their best friend, Nolan Wells. No family should have to endure the pain of losing a son, and no friend should have to grieve the loss of a brother. The brother whose funeral, the brother who, when they knew was missing the night before at around 11 p.m., had to be awakened. The brothers who, after they knew their best friend and brother was missing, went to another house party and partied all night long, and then had to be awakened the next day. Those brothers, those best friends. Oh, okay. But instead of being allowed to mourn, what followed was a unprecedented online campaign of accusations and harassment, threats, and defamation. Be specific. Can he be specific about these accusations, harassment, threats, and defamation? I'm just really curious. Since Nolan's death, Warren Hudson, Jack's what is his name? Python, Morgan Seymour, and many others have been inundated with death threats and threats of violence and defamation. They have been falsely and wrongly blamed by individuals online and in the media of either directly or indirectly having a hand in Nolan's death. Well, they directly said out of their direct mouth that they left Nolan Wells on a island that had no water, no shelter, and did not check to verify who he was getting a ride with. That's what they said out of their mouths. That's what they said out of their mouths. They let him, and then they decided to allege that he was so drunk that he could. And now they are. Okay. Now there are accusations about Coca-Cola and all of this stuff being in his system. Most of them could not even attend their own best friend's funeral. Is that right? Is that right? Could they not attend, or did they choose not to attend? So let's see what else is in this rich man's who's begging for money. To the same thing that he said Benjamin Crump is doing. What else is he saying? Here we go. Lives have been turned upside down, and some have had to go into hiding. Now, why did some have to go into hiding? We gave 3 names. He gave 3 names. Did any of those people have to go into hiding? Or is it and the other friends? Which of these friends have had to go into hiding? Can we be specific of who's in hiding? But you know what is being hid? What is being hid is the name of the park official that reported and found the body. Why are they not telling you what park official that works in the for the island? That should be a federal worker. Why are they not releasing that person's name? Why are they not releasing that person's name? Nancy Grace, you never decided to interview the actual person that found the body. While you talking to the Cajun Navy who was saying that they were flying 200 or 300 feet above the air when they spotted the body from the air. But Nancy Grace, you're not talking to the actual person that found the body? Oh, because they're not giving that person's name out. Now, Harvey Levin, when Trent Out Loud was on TMZ, Harvey Levin is always showing throwing up BS to protect these YT people. So one of the questions that was asked of Trent, well, what do you think about these arrests that were made? And don't you think that people are jumping to suspicion and all of this? And he said no. What I think is that the reason people the first instance of people drawing conclusion was when the sheriff 1 hour after the body was found said that he didn't see any foul play and he thought it was drowning. That's when the first. That's when the first suspicion was born. It wasn't because people on the internet was saying anything. They just found the body, and that was the first thing that came out of the sheriff's mouth, that he didn't see any foul play, and there had been no investigation. And with him writing it off as what he said, there didn't seem to be that there would be an investigation. From the first thing that came out of the sheriff's mouth after the body was found, without any autopsy, this layman who now all of a sudden has nothing to say, and who's now is all a shut mouth about this investigation. So Harvey Levin says, well, I think that, what he was talking about, how horrible it was, and how people were making assumptions about these YT boys and their family members and all of this. Trent Out Loud challenged Harvey Levin, and he said, well, what about Nolan's mother? Has there been any arrests made on the threats against her family and her job? And then Harvey Levin goes off script. He goes to, the case is still being investigated. We're not talking about the case of Nolan Wells' death, Harvey. We saw that sleight of hand that you tried to do. When it came to asking about, has anybody been arrested for the threats that have gone out to the Wells family? You try to pretend like, oh well, this case is still under investigation, and there may be arrests. Yes, this case is still under investigation, but you see how quickly they made arrests when it was the YT families that was threatened. But no such thing is being done for this black family. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and the usual suspect of social media personality, national news media, and local provocateurs continue to invent and spread the narrative and lies with no accountability. You need to be real specific. Can you be specific, sir? Oh, that's okay. There's this thing called discovery. There's this thing called discovery, and you have put this statement front and center in discovery. Defamation works two ways, and the one way it works the best is the party that can prove that they have been defamed. Okay, this is the typical tactic of Ben Crump and the like, What, attorneys? What, civil rights attorneys? And the like. This is the typical tactic of Ben Crump and the like. Hold on one second. They come to communities like the Gulf Coast under the guise of seeking justice, but it has become painfully clear that their version of justice is stirring division, ruining life, and leaving when the money is dried up. This is on the page. This is what he has on the page of him, a rich white man, asking for money, asking for $100,000, of which $65,000 was received in a short period of time. This is what he's saying about Benjamin Crump. Okay. No matter what anyone believes about an ongoing investigation or legal system, our legal system exists for a reason. Evidence belongs in the hands of law enforcement and the courts, and not in online mob campaigns fueled by rumors, edited clips, and edited audio. Speculation. Now, edited clips and edited audio. So he wants you to believe that any thing, you can't believe what you see or with your own eyes or hear with your own ears. The evidence belongs in a courtroom. As this man tries to pretend like Ben Crump is grifting as he is begging for money. This must stop. This fund is created for the sole purpose of fighting of these individuals. Our goal is simple and twofold. Our first goal is to raise money to defend these friends with each other. They were not friends to Nolan Wells. Oh, that is my opinion, period. Our first goal is to raise money to defend these friends against incoming wrongful death action filed by attorney Ben Crump and his team. Our second goal, now have these well, he said they are incoming. So you feel like for sure they will be incoming. So you are asking the public, a rich YT man is out here in this economy asking the public to foot the bill to defend these YT people, as they own pharmacies, as they own boat dealerships, as they are drenched in generational wealth. A whole physician is out here asking you for money to defend his son, as they and all of their sons are have boats docked up to their homes. Are we serious here? And we want you to believe that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are grifting for money? Is that what we're doing now? Okay, this is what he wrote. This is what he wrote. Because it has already been proven that the YT people hate others more than they care about their own well-being, and they bank on the stupidity of the YT hate. They bank on you hating other races so much to your own demise. That's why you continue to vote against your own demise. It does continue. Our first goal is to raise money to defend these friends against incoming wrongful death actions filed by attorney Ben Crump. Our second goal is to fund a robust legal team to sue for the litany of slander and libel being spread by not only Crump but also by many social media influencers. So we want to get a big slew of lawyers to be able to go out and sue people for using their free speech. Defamation is one thing. Free speech is another thing. So we want to shut the voices down that are pulling at the threads of our threadbare story and exposing us for the lies that have been told. We want to you to believe that the audio you heard was tampered with. It was doctored. You didn't hear what you heard because it came from a black woman. You know, the most educated people in the United States. The most demeaned people in the United States while being the most educated people in the United States. Boo hoo. You can't believe that. That came from a black woman. And she has a criminal arrest for a misdemeanor. They want you to believe that this successful audio engineer is some type of criminal, some type of thug. Because she cleaned up some audio. Now, if you have not heard from her, go over to Willie D's channel. She interviewed with Willie D. She's talking about the death threats that she has gotten. She's talking about the doxing of her that has been going on. But you are here. But these friends of Nolan who have came out with a lie after lie, which have been debunked by some of these influencers that they are trying to shut up. Why are they trying to shut up? Because they're debunking a whole lot of lies. So Willie D and I and the original Queen Shakur, I can, like great minds think alike. A lot of us are very hesitant about the news that you get coming from a certain media. That would be TMZ, Nancy Grace. I know Trent is also very suspicious of the angle that TMZ is going with the information that they put out. Very suspicious. I think that TMZ, most of their information is, they made a correction on something. They had to make the correction. Because a YouTuber came out and blasted them for the BS that they were trying to put out. So TMZ turned around and made a correction, saying the exact same thing that the YouTuber had on their video. If you want to see what that's about, go over to the Queen Shakur. These links are in my description box. So, if litigation becomes necessary, this fund will help provide the financial support needed to investigate claims of a retained legal counsel, preserve evidence, and hold accountable those who cross the line from expressing opinions into conduct the law may recognize as actionable in any jurisdiction we can find. You notice what they did not do? If they want to preserve evidence, it doesn't take money to preserve evidence. It takes no crowdfunding of rich people crowdfunding from people who will give their last dime to show racism towards a family that have lost their son. It don't take money to do that. All it does is take a letter, like Benjamin Crump said, that we are telling you to preserve all of your evidence, all of your files. Don't put any of your equipment on auto delete because we are going over if we are going to have any litigation with you about this case. So why couldn't he do the same thing that Ben Crump did to him and his family? While he's sitting out here putting out a narrative about somebody is doing these snowflakes are now the victims, and all of their children are alive and well. But now they are victims of how dare you come up and understand that what we just blew up your ass is a bunch of smoke. How dare you realize we're lying to you? Okay. And we need money to get an attorney to fight this case. Let me see. Oh no, Abraham Lincoln didn't make a mistake, but your mother probably made a mistake. She should have swallowed. Okay, let's continue. What else? What else do we have? Is there any else of this foolishness? Oh, here we go. Let me see what this one says. Okay. But this is it. This is the moment that I can't see what that is. This is the moment, and the something can help make it, and the cause can help make a difference. Not a difference these boys' life, but as a message that we're tired of the grift. As they grift, we're tired. This is going to make a message that we're tired of the grift. The grift, a grift is not representing a family in your professional capacity. That is not a grift. But who is asking for money? I hear that money has been donated by a few Black celebrities, and all of the rest of these raccoons have been mysteriously quiet. At the time where Colin Kaepernick is paying for the independent autopsy, you have that raccoon Jay-Z out there trying to talk poorly about Kaepernick. And Jay-Z hasn't opened those big soup coolers to say a one word about this. Does it? No, you need to understand who you support and what it is you're supporting. Oprah Winfrey, who is always trying to be on the side of what's hot, what's popular. Do you hear her? Gayle King, who does a whole morning show, who can be elbowing it up with Ivanka Trump at some private event. Do you hear them donating anything for the cause? Oprah Winfrey is from Mississippi, but I guess with wealth, anything can be overlooked and forgotten. This is her home state. You got Terrell Owens. I didn't even know Terrell Owens had it like that. Gave up $25,000. You have Byron Allen. You rarely hear anything about Byron Allen. Gave up $25,000 for information to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And then you have this person acting as if there is some humongous grift going on. What is the grift? A grift is to illegally or on the sly get money. in his attempt, in his request for money. He's calling somebody else a great grifters who are using their legal experience as an attorney. But a doctor, did you use any of your toxology experience as a doctor? Is there's been reports from Raccoon Tatum about what is positively going to show up in Nolan Wells' toxicology report. How is that? How is that? That this man can go out and defame a dead man, talking about what will positively be shown in his toxicology report. I'm just curious. I'm just curious about a whole lot of this. He goes on to say, where is it? But this can make a difference. Not a difference of these boys' lives, but as a message that we're tired of the grift. Your donations says that enough is enough. Your donation says that it's time for exploring. Your donation said that the time for exploiting a tragedy under the guise of justice and leaving a community in ruins after squeezing as much money out of it as possible is over. Nolan deserved dignity, not this. Can you imagine the actual balls? Can you imagine the actual balls? They are begging for money. Rich people begging for money in this economy. Rich people begging for money all across this nation. When your president has recently taken poor people who are on Medicare Part D, have prevented them from getting subsidies that would help them pay for their medication, which means they are going to be paying out of pocket for their medication in 2027. And this rich doctor has the audacity to talk about Nolan deserves better, and that his children and the children of this alleged friend group needs legal representation when they have no legal challenges up against them. Is that a guilty conscience? That sounds like why do you assume that there are going to be legal charges against you? I mean, I'm just really curious. But they're asking you, as your president tells you that he don't have no time. We don't have time to be paying for child care. We don't have time to be paying for Medicare and Medicaid. We got wars to fight. As they come to you and ask you for a $1.5 trillion budget for the military, as after last September, the military just screwed off $93 billion on BS. Just blew $93 billion on steaks, lobster, crab, high-end furniture, because under the guise, if we don't use everything that we have in our budget, we won't get this amount of money in our next year budget. The problem with that is their next year budget had already been approved in that big, beautiful bill that passed in June. So why in September, or was your military blowing $93 billion? Talking about we have to use it or we're going to lose it in our next bill our next budget, when the $1 trillion budget for 2026 was already approved by Congress. If you don't get the entire F out of my face, and these people are begging regular people for money, fight your own cases. The audacity of these people to talk about a grift. But ignorance has shown its faces. When Shiloh Hendricks gets almost $1 million because she is calling a a black child with autism, a nigger over and over again, what do you expect? When people are big upping her for being that demonic, that diminished in thought, what do you expect of the rich people to do? Because they see you, a lot of people in the United States are stupid and are hateful, and the hate is allowed to fester out loud. Who would not be embarrassed to beg from the populace over absolutely nothing, over the fact that their stories have been pulled apart by social media? Another thing I'm very curious about, how come they know us about so much that has gone on about them and regarding them in social media? Aren't these the same people that shut down all of their social media accounts the day after it was reported that Nolan Wells was missing? Now they're all up on everything in and around and about social media. Well, maybe if social media is putting you in your feelings that much that you are crowdfunding to sue people who have not defamed you but just have picked apart your story, or maybe you ought to do what you did after Nolan Wells was reported missing, and you it seemed like the story wasn't ironclad. The story has not been ironclad since you guys have come out here with the bullcrap that you guys have been putting out. But maybe you ought to take a page from your own book and get the fuck off of social media if social media is angsting you that badly. Because no one has defamed, well, maybe some people have defamed him. Maybe some people with mental illnesses have threatened them. But nobody's asking anybody to be threatened. People are asking for what happened to Nolan Wells. And these are the things that you really don't want to talk about. And the audacity for you to bastardize his name and put it in the title of this bullshit grifting for cash. And to say Nolan deserved dignity, not this. So, to act as if you give a fuck about what Nolan deserved as you're trying to cash in on his death is deplorable. That's my opinion. So, although we ask humbly for when did he get humble? So, although we ask humbly for support to stop this onslaught of lies and defamation, we also ask with as much passion as we can muster because we too are tired. We too are heavy laden. But right is right and wrong is wrong. If you believe in the true due process and holding people accountable through the rule of law and not through the internet mobs, we ask for your support. Did y'all know about that? Are you guys aware about this bullshit? Okay, so that's all I have about that. That is the Nolan Wells update. Now we have people accusing the family of being grifters as they beg for money. So let's get into our political news. Let's see what's going on there. I put the Queen. Did I put Trent Out Loud? I put Trent Out Loud link in my description box. I put the original Queen Shakur link in my description box. Go over there and check them out, if you will. Hold on, let me see. Okay, all right. So let's talk about NSPM7. You guys know I have been giving you a lot of information about national security, presidential memorandum 7. Now it's funny that Stephen Miller, your very own Stephen Miller, has come out with a whole bunch of talking points, a whole lot of disgusting talking points, will I say as well. Stephen Miller has come out with a bunch of talking points about NSPM7. A lot of you guys really have ignored what Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio has been saying about the left, about pre-crimes, which means they are going to be indicators that they are going to be looking for as all of your information is being processed under some guise of you may commit a crime, you have not committed a crime, but based upon certain indicators that are not clear on what these indicators are, you can be arrested as a domestic terrorist. You know that story that I have been telling you guys for over a year. Well, now Stephen Miller has come out and said it out loud. And another another thing that Stephen Miller has the audacity to say is, a whole lot of stuff that the Nazis would say about Jewish people. About you can tell people are degenerates about how they look. Now, understand that Stephen Miller looked like a whole count. What is his name? The Count from Sesame Street. One, two. Looked like a whole Muppet vampire. And he's talking about how you can tell people are degenerates because they have blue hair and how they let themselves go. So you have people in your government who are now saying that, hey, we can predict these people are domestic terrorists based upon how they look. If you have not gone over, hold on. If you have not gone over to whose page do I use? If you have not gone over to Ken Klippenstein and read about at the NSPM7, I am going to clip his link in this page. This is going to be in my description box under domestic terror. Domestic terrorists are only on the left? Question mark. Okay, so go over there and peruse the link and find out about NSPM7. So I have been warning about this. Your national media has been ignoring this, but as if this is not going to be a thing, as if this is not going to happen, but it is absolutely going to happen. So let's get into how Stephen Miller, of all people, is talking about how people look can determine that they are domestic terrorists on the left, not a domestic terrorist period. No, just domestic terrorists on the left. Why do you think and your dear a former senator of Florida, Marco Rubio, has proven and has said a whole lot of things that are very, very dangerous, in my opinion. Now the United States, Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio, and they all are interested in getting out of the ICC, the International Criminal Courts. Why? Why are they so against the international criminal courts? These are the same people who have a warrant out for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu. But the newest thing is that the international criminal courts is also allegedly looking into charging your what did somebody call him? I loved somebody called him something I can't remember. Your Tangerine Führer of the United States under under crimes as well, international crimes, war crimes, and including keg breath as well. So now all of a sudden there is a big pull for the United States to uh, to ignore the ICC, to try to uh, make the ICC an illegitimate force in the world. The International Criminal Courts. They have gone a little bit too far for this Trump regime. So let's get into. I think it. Let me start with this one. Let's start here. All of these are in my description box under a domestic terrorists are only on the left? Question mark. Let's start.
Institutions. Up next, I'm guessing Trump officials issue dire warnings about those looking to destroy our democratic institutions. Up next, I'm guessing they address the dangers of politicians profiting off the presidency. This is just another day. Today, officials from the Trump administration gathered at the State Department in an attempt to focus on the issue of counterterrorism, regardless of party.
For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left.
I'm sorry.
From the political left. I'm wondering why your national news media is not warning you for what they have coming. Because if you think that this is not coming for the midterm elections, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you if you don't think they are trying to make this a real thing, that these people are actually on the national stage in front of other nations telling them that there has been a upkick in political violence on the left, but have not been able to prove none of this. Now, they had to drop the charges on the Antifa, a guy who allegedly cut the lining of that pool that your president gave the reflecting pool that your president gave a no bid contract to his mob looking buddy because they had no evidence. But we're good to that as well. They told you that Antifa was a part of that as well. Antifa is a short way of saying anti-fascism. There is no Antifa. There is no official group. There are no members. There are no board members, secretaries. That is a idea of being anti-fascist. But they want you to believe that Antifa is, similar to the Proud Boy, who your president told to stand up and stand by. And where were the Proud Boys on January 6th? But they want you to believe Antifa was something real, and to make you believe that the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers deserve pardons for tearing up the state capitol to try to interfere with the certification of the election. Let that sink in.
Did I say regardless of party? I meant to say to focus on the issue of those dirty commie scumbag libs. Yes, while one would assume that an administration that claims to care so deeply for all Americans would choose to focus on combating political violence regardless of party, instead, Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, and Scott Bessent, otherwise known as America's least interesting boy band, chose to spend an inordinate amount of time talking about how only the left is trying to destroy this great nation. And don't you dare try and undermine their message.
Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference.
Some will say these assertions today showcase how I lack moral fortitude, that I've abandoned all credibility, that this entire spectacle is just one more illustration of how I'll do anything to win favor with the president, as if my clunking around in the oversized shoes he bought me wasn't proof enough. But those people could not be more wrong. But today's conference wasn't simply an exercise in partisan politics. No, they also saved plenty of time for impressive tone deafness.
It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause.
He's so right. Political violence is absolutely ignored if it serves a left.
Oh, and it's all of this political violence that has been ignored as long as it serves the left. As over 16, I think it was between 14 to 1600 people that attacked the Capitol got pardons from this president, and many of them went on to commit more heinous crimes. But Marco Rubio doesn't see this. All of this is a speech.
But right-wing violence.
This is a setup. They are saying it out loud, but no one's listening. None of your for-profit media is reporting on this because it would not do their pockets well to report it. These, in my opinion, a lot of these billionaires want to get rid of a lot of the United States citizens. Bill Gates talk about population control all the time. They're saying it out loud, but no one's listening because they have other bullshit to talk about in the media, and not what is going to impact your lives very shortly, in my opinion.
Possible to ignore.
As you know, President Trump, as you just heard there as well, pardoned nearly all 1,600 of the January 6th defendants. I recall that you said shortly after the attack on the Capitol, where you were that day, that it was one of the saddest days in American history. Who's to say that if a crowd of folks who are displeased with something that happens at the Capitol in the future, who's to say that they don't just do it again?
Yeah, I know, and I understand. I mean, but I think it's unfortunate. You know, our first engagement is I agree to come on this morning with you. I'm going to be working on foreign policy issues, and you want to revisit these issues that are going on in domestic policy.
I told you couldn't talk to me about that. Our first engagement was you couldn't talk to me about that.
Politics, it's not going to happen.
Don't you just hate when Marco Rubio contradicts Marco Rubio? If Rubio cared about facts, he would acknowledge that in an article from just 3 years ago, reports show extremist murders are usually from right-wing actors. But maybe those stats are just too recent.
Between 1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left.
What about between 1980 and 2026? You got to go all the way back between 1970 and 1980. And therefore, in 2026, we are still going to pretend like we don't know the real data of the most recent data about domestic terrorist threats in the United States come primarily from the right, because we have whitewashed all of those facts from our government paperwork, where the public can readily see it. So we have to take my word about between 1970 and 1980. 40 years ago. We're enacting this bullshit for shit that has happened over 40 years ago. And nothing has changed in 40 years. Well, if nothing has changed in 40 years, wouldn't it be between 1970 and 2020? Huh, Marco? Why are you just capsulizing it between 1970 and 1980. Because obviously things have changed, and you don't want to talk about the changes that happened between 1980 and 2020 or 2025, 2026. You don't want to talk about that, because that wouldn't forward your agenda about this alleged leftist violence in the United States.
1970 to 1980? My dude, to prove your point about how evil the political left currently is in America, you're touting stats that are 50 years old? That's like saying there's a terrible viral outbreak plaguing our nation right now. Just look at how many people have come down with Saturday night fever. But while Marco may have kicked things off today, he kindly shared the spotlight with some of his fellow cabinet members who joined him in sounding the alarm.
Left-wing terrorism is the visible manifestation of a much broader and more insidious effort to undermine the philosophies that built Western civilization and sustain all we hold dear. Some of these activities are overt: bombings, assassinations, and organized violence in our streets. Others are quieter: campaigns to suppress speech.
Campaigns to suppress speech. Organized violence in our streets. That's called protesting. Do you understand that is called, or what they are trying to say is they are going to make protesting illegal and try to pretend that a protest is some left-wing terrorist apparatus? Do you understand what they're saying? Why do they have the Treasury Secretary sitting at this conference? They have him sitting there. One of the measures that they are going to use if they choose that you have indicators of being a domestic terrorist, they are going to debank you. They are going to, the Treasury is going to take all of your finances and your way to get finances. That's why Scott Bessent is here. That's why he's here. If you haven't read NSPM 7, I suggest you go over to Ken Klippenstein. Let's get back into this.
Intimidate political opposition and sabotage our national institutions.
That's right. Some of these efforts are so quiet, they're barely a blip on the radar. In fact, most people probably miss these campaigns to suppress speech, the intimidation of the political opposition, and the sabotaging of our national institutions. That's what makes these radical leftists so dangerous, their ability to covertly wage war on everything we hold so dear. But while Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent had their time at the podium, the one man who really stole the show, and frankly, stole our hearts, was none other than America's heartthrob, Stephen Miller.
It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who are assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person. Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way, in their appearance, in their dress.
Now we're talking about they look deformed some way in their appearance and in their dress. I really want you to pay attention to what he is putting out here, because this is a whole Hitler rhetoric that he is putting out here.
Their mannerism.
Whereas I, Stephen Miller, am the perfect embodiment of physical normalcy. For what is more normal than the gargoyle-esque features you see before you? I think we can all agree that a pair of eyes which look like they've been plucked straight from a rotting carcass, a skull that belongs on the neck of a nightmarish demon, and a mouth that induces immediate violent nausea from just a simple glance is peak normal. But this Playgirl centerfold wasn't just here to talk about how the left looks. He also addressed their dastardly goals.
It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government.
Whereas right now, political terrorism simply seeks to beautify our government buildings with a few choice floral arrangements. But the best part about today's gathering of the Fuggalos was that we were given an education on what these dirty progressives are really up to with their anti-democracy actions.
When the leftist, who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protest that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that some injustice has been perpetrated against him. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization.
Wow, what a shameful tactic to complain that some terrible injustice has been perpetuated against you.
They rigged the election, the second election, as you probably hear and probably know. Most of you know that happened, and now it's been proven.
The rigged election. Look, our elections are totally rigged. We have rigged elections.
The election was rigged in 2020. We have all the ammunition, all the stuff, and you'll see it come out. It's coming out in truckloads.
Truckloads. By the way, that last clip was from 8 months ago. So I guess those trucks must have gotten stuck in traffic. The reality is today was just another illustration of how Republicans are incapable of being a governing party. Right now, they control both houses of Congress, the presidency, and hold a majority on the Supreme Court. But from the way these guys talk, you would think the GOP is just a small, powerless group of revolutionaries completely under siege. But they have all the power. And what are they doing with it? Are they lowering costs like they promised? Are they expanding healthcare like they promised? Are they making housing more affordable like they promised? Not in the slightest. Instead, Donald Trump and his minions have chosen to paint themselves as victims and spread conspiracy theories in the hopes of holding on to power after the midterms. When the king of marketing isn't able to market his accomplishments, that should be a sign that things are not going well. Donald Trump held a nationally televised address to highlight people trying to commit fraud in our elections, but if he's looking for the real culprit, he doesn't have to seize ballots or conduct nationwide audits. All he has to do is look in the mirror, or at least the mirror from 6 years ago.
On December the 27th, there was a phone call between President Trump and the acting attorney general and his deputy. According to notes taken by that deputy, they told Mr. Trump, understand that the DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. Doesn't work that way. And Mr. Trump responded, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me.
Leave the rest to me. What Donald Trump was saying was, if you take part in my completely anti-American activity, I can market the shit out of that and claim something deeply nefarious is going on. And Trump hasn't stopped marketing. He's just acquired more help. Yes, when it comes to stoking fear, creating boogeymen, and undermining our democracy, there is only...
Okay, so I'll go over there and check this out. If you are not a believer, you will become a believer. Now let's get into my guy, Kyle Kalinske of Second.
So the Trump regime keeps telling us very direct and forward.
Y'all know I love me some Kyle. Let me slow him down because he's a fast talker. And he's gonna go in to how what's Stephen Miller, how uniquely familiar his hate speech actually sound. Who this type of speech about how people look, what it is reminiscent of. This link will be in my description box, so only left people are domestic terrorists. That is the title this would be linked under.
Way that liberals are the problem, leftists are the problem. Not only do we disagree with us, not only are they the enemy, we are actively going to criminalize being a liberal or being a leftist. I know that might sound hyperbolic to you. It might sound extreme and insane because it is extreme and insane. But this is actually what they're doing, and I need you to understand that. I need you to wrap your mind around that. I need you to accept that. That NSPM 7 laid the groundwork for exactly what's coming now, which is Trump's ICE Gestapo.
Now, if anybody has been on my page, we talked about NSPM 7. We're going to peruse a little bit of it. I'm going to drop the link for the NSPM 7, also where this link is. You need to familiarize yourself with what was put out for the whole world to see. But your for-profit media is ignoring that will more than likely have a direct effect upon you and how you live your life in the near future. That's all I can tell you. Do with it as you will. But you are not going to be, if you come over to my channel, you're not going to be able to say that, oh, I've never heard of NSPM 7. You've heard of it if you've been on my channel. You have definitely heard of it, but you haven't heard of it in your for-profit media. Let's go.
Paramilitary thugs effectively being used. And that I need you to wrap your mind around that. I need you to accept that. That NSPM 7 laid the groundwork for exactly what's coming now, which is Trump's ICE Gestapo paramilitary thugs effectively being used to snuff out any and all dissent. Not only are they laying the groundwork to try to steal the midterms, steal 2028, lock in permanent power, but also they are directly coming for all of us. Okay, so there was a speech that Stephen Miller gave the other day, where, again, he could not make this more clear. Like, again, I don't want you to listen to me tell you this and you just accept it. I want you to hear it straight from his mouth. This guy is viewed as one of the shadow presidents because Trump has delegated a lot of authority to him and he gets a lot of leeway to basically do whatever the fuck.
So who voted for him? Who voted for him? MAGA. MAGA. Come down front, MAGA. MAGA. Who voted for Stephen Miller? It seems like he's running a lot of things. It seems like he's running a lot of things.
Fuck he wants. Okay? He's like, if you watch Game of Thrones, he's like the king's hand. And in some ways, the king's hand even has like more power than the king because he's more hands-on and he really steers the car, right? So Stephen Miller gives a speech, and I'm going to show you part of it here in just a second. But look at this. So Jim Stewartson says the following. This speech by Stephen Miller is so deeply evil, it's hard to fathom it coming from a White House employee. This is pure Nazism. The in-group is morally superior, ordered, beautiful, and normal. The out-group is abnormal, scarred, and deformed. By the way, this is directly from Stephen Miller. This is what Stephen Miller is saying. It's like he's saying, here's all that is good, and here's all that is evil. And it is a speech that easily could have been given by Adolf Hitler himself or Goebbels, who, of course, Stephen Miller is the modern-day version of Goebbels, both in ideology but also in looks. They look fucking identical. Okay, let's continue. The in-group goes to church on Sunday. Even Miller is Jewish, by the way. He's a Jewish Nazi. He actually is that. The out-group is violent junkies and predators. This is precisely how the Nazis spoke about their political opposition. It is a full-throated commitment to eugenics as a policy. In reality, you just need to watch Miller.
Eugenics as a policy. That's why this is important. Because the racially profiling people, should we have immigrants in our country? If they're white Afrikaners, we're suspending the protection status of the Haitian, and they're going to have to go back to a failed country. When we already know that Haiti is a failed country. The temporary protection status has been halted for them. Whole eugenics that they are telling you in your face, but y'all act like y'all don't see it. These raccoons sit out here who think that they are important, who think that they have power, when all of the power that has been taken away from the blacks and black voters. And you have ignorance out here talking about they have power. They had the power to keep their mouth shut when it comes to politics. Yeah, that's the only power that they have, is to say less about what's going on in the real world and get caught up in dumb bullshit, but offer nothing to the real world. I was listening to the amazing Lucas last night, and if he was not preaching to the choir, I don't know who these black men. I'm going to say it as well. These black men are such a underwhelming disappointment at this time in history. An underwhelming disappointment. If they are not running around chasing dick, trying to be the baddest bitch in the house, and not understanding what it really means to be a black man, and if these black women are not out here coddling the bullshit to their own demise, supporting this type of behavior, when these motherfuckers do nothing to support you, to support you and your family, to have a blind eye to shit that has been going on for years, and then act as if they are the arbitrator of discovery of some shit that has been right in your faces for years, and now all of a sudden you see the dumb shit that's going on. This is going to be to your own demise. It's time for black people to stop listening to these rat raccoons are talking about this is not our fight. And as they recognize and as they understand all of the civil rights achievements that your ancestors have fought and died for have been clawed back by this racist administration. Oh, but y'all some bad bitches. But y'all don't want to fight for nothing. But some bullshit. There's no fight in you unless you're fighting for bullshit. But let's continue. I was listening to the amazing Lucas. And the ones who want to profess that they're so bad, so tough, they're a gang member, you're a gangster, and you're gonna ride and you're gonna be initiated. How come the initiation is always initiating and hurting someone who can't hurt you back? How come you're initiated into bullshit? Huh? So many people are willing to throw their lives away because they have nobody in their lives who taught them how to manage anger. So you have a lot of people who are poor, who have nowhere to go, nowhere to run, don't even have a roof over their own head, that will go out and do some of the most heinous things, take lives from people, knowing that they don't have two nickels to run together to even run to the next city, town, or vicinity, much less even out of the state. They'll throw their whole lives away for absolutely nothing. But don't understand that your life is on the line right now. And see, everybody know it. Kind of like Iran knows that President Trump has no out in this war. Kind of like that. No matter how many times Pete Kegbreath comes out and lie and talk about we have enough munitions for all time, a general has come out and said that the United States have no more interceptors to intercept these rockets, these more sophisticated rockets that Iran is now using because they wanted to make you to make these dummies that are running the country and our military believe like, oh, that's all they got. Oh, we can get them. And now they have waited to put their most dangerous new weapons out. After Pete Kegbreath and his unexperienced ass has fired all the experienced general, as Raising Cane is over the military, took CJ Brown's position, a position that he's not even qualified to have. Every time you see Raising Cane, understand that he had to get a get a waiver to even get the job that he was given over a qualified black person. See, because that's all that matters in this administration is giving it to the black guy. But you got a lot of these black raccoons out here that can't even speak on it. They can't even speak on any of this. And now here you have Stephen Miller talking about what looks like, and if it looks this way, and he looks like a whole motherfucking troll. And now he's telling you left activists are ugly and they're physically ugly and coming from a whole motherfucking monster face. Monster thoughts. A whole motherfucking demonic ass spirit is talking about what looks pretty and beautiful. So, isn't that what they start doing with Jewish people? Talking about their noses and all of these things, associating them with vermin and rats. Isn't that what they did when right before the Holocaust? So here we are transitioning, and let's be real. It's not like our administration has not been supportive of just getting rid of a whole swath of people and pretending like they are in some peace agreement and ignoring that the Palestinians are steadily being bombarded and losing their lives to the Israeli government. Let's keep it above. So you think that they just only think that it is okay for the Palestinians? As the only people that they allow into the country are white Afrikaners? So you think that it can only happen to the Palestinians? Okay, keep thinking that.
To see everything he claims to be afraid of: hatred, jealousy, and violence. He's the most deformed man in America. Finally, when Miller brings up the boogeyman of Antifa, it's important to remember the original Antifa were anti-fascists in Weimar Germany, who were the first people sent to Dachau. There is no left versus right anymore. This is life versus death, says Jim Stewartson. So prepare yourself. Here's the speech that Stephen Miller gave the other day, and it is incredibly, incredibly dark.
The leftist is fundamentally motivated by envy, by hatred, by jealousy. The leftist looks at what is beautiful and what is good and what is natural and is filled with envy and hatred.
Can we just point out how absurd it is that the most hateful little man in the country is talking about how the other side is hateful? Like, there has never...
They're filled with envy and hatred. They're envy of me because I left my mansion and I started living in military housing for free. They're so envious of me because I am the great creator of things, when I created an absolutely nothing but hate. And living a big welfare queen, living in military housing for free, and talk about you're jealous of me because I'm grifting the country. Speaking of grifters, did anybody say anything about grifters?
Never been a more hateful, little, spiteful prick than Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is the architect of everything ICE is doing. The 2,000 arrests per day, the raiding the Lowe's and the Home Depot parking lots, the assaulting senior citizens, the shoving people in concentration camps, the destruction of the Constitution and the lack of any due process or habeas corpus whatsoever, the removal of, the warrant system where you need to get a warrant from a judge to search people's property. All of that is Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is the one who's directly responsible for the over 50 people who've died in ICE custody and the over 11 who were shot and killed. This is the guy, and he's going, the other side is so hateful. What the fuck are you? You're the most hateful little demon we've ever seen. Hatred oozes out of every pore of your body. All right, let's continue.
The leftist looks at a perfect family with a perfect life and a perfect job and perfect kids that goes to church every Sunday and is filled with a feeling of inadequacy and jealousy, and they cut it, and they turn those emotions ultimately into a desire to subjugate, to oppress, and to inflict pain and suffering.
That is literally...
Now, this is the dumbest bullshit set on the world stage as policy for the United States of America. These are the policy makers of the United States of America as they make their tilt to rationalize the lie about leftist domestic terrorists. He's going to talk about NSPM7. Things that your media have not been telling you about. He's going to bring all of this dumb shit that he's talking. All of this bullshit that he's talking. Isn't this the same one whose wife left when Elon Musk left, and the bitch moved up north with Elon Musk to work with Elon Musk, and he's talking about the perfect families that people are looking at and being jealous of? Huh?
Everything he does. And again, you want to talk about inadequacy? Look at this man. He's calling other people inadequate. Look at this man. Dude, there's never been a more inadequate person. Is there any doubt in your mind that Stephen Miller has a fucking micro penis? That he's got the tiniest little pecker you've ever seen in your life? That he knows he's never pleased a woman? Is there any fucking doubt in your mind? And then again, the man who's doing all the subjugation and the oppression in the country is saying the left is doing that. By the way, make no mistake about it, he is jealous of liberals and he is jealous of leftists. You want to know why? Because we have actual values. We have actual morality. And even by his own standards, how many examples have we seen of conservative Christians, MAGA supporters, televangelists, Republican politicians? They talk a big game about, you know, we're all about family values and one man and one woman and a white picket fence and a dog and 2.5 kids, bro. And then the second nobody's looking, they are gargling dick in a New Jersey Turnpike bathroom. They are slobbing on knobs left and right. They are begging for some fat, hairy trucker to put his balls in their mouth. And virtually every time it's a Republican, pedocon theory is a theory like gravity is a theory. Meanwhile, all the liberals and the leftists and the Democrats are having like the most standard, traditional American relationships you've ever seen in your life. All these guys who preach that any other way of living is abnormal and degenerate and unacceptable, they're all secretly living lies, right? Whereas on the Democratic side, we're all living as who we are, happy as a pig in shit. This whole speech is projection on top of Nazi garbage. Let's keep going.
It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who were assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person.
Bro, you think you look normal? Bro, you think you look normal? Bro, you were on TV a few years back and you spray painted hair on your bald ass head. And it didn't even look like one of those products that's specifically made to pretend to be hair. It looked like your ass went to motherfucking Home Depot to the paint aisle and sprayed jet black paint on your head. You're going to talk about this? Oh, my days.
Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerism. Why is that? Why? You look at two photographs and you see a normal American street, you see an Antifa protest. Why did the people that are violently demonstrating, why is there not one normal looking person among them?
Oh, my days. Oh my goodness. I can't even deal with this, bro. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. The most unfuckable little derpy twerp in the country going, look at all these people on the other side. They're unfuckable little derpy twerps.
Every one of them, through the course of their life and their decisions, has scarred their body and their appearance in many different ways to the point in which they're...
Every one of them have scarred their bodies, their experience, their appearance, their life. And look who this comes from. Look who this comes from. This is who is creating policy for a sleepy Trump presidency, and it's about to get real bad. It's about to get real bad as this election comes up, as this election cycle comes up. Now, I heard that there has been a deal made to actually approve Todd Blanche for his DOJ nomination. Allegedly, Todd Blanche has agreed to take the what is this? The slush fund away and not allow these insurrectionists to get paid for their acts on January 6th. But the wording reportedly is so poor that there are a myriad of ways that these January 6ers can get around what it is that Todd Blanche signed. And additionally, Todd Blanche is the only entity that signed it, and it has not been signed off by 5 of the other 6 people who would have to sign off on this agreement with the Senate. So the Senate allegedly has brokered a deal to have Todd Blanche, who said that he was Trump's personal attorney to Kennedy the other day, when in fact Todd Blanche is supposed to be the attorney for the United States of America. But he don't know that. He sees himself as the personal attorney of Donald Trump, and he has your taxpayer piggy bank to pay for what his client wants him to do. Let's be real clear on that.
Outer appearance becomes a manifestation of their inner hatred.
I love how, their inner hatred. Yeah, tell me again about hatred, you fucking bitch. Tell me again about hatred. You are the most hateful little demon in the world. But also, like,
their outer manifestation becomes a reflection of what their inner hatred. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Some hypothetical bullshit. How is this? How is any of this improving the lives of the American people? We just have to give them someone else to blame. You know, these people are actually terrorists because we are losing this war because China. Because China said that they have given Iran their what did they say? They support Iran. Undoubtedly, they support Iran, and that they are sending these rocket launchers that can be launched from the shoulders to Iran. They are sending them weapons to help fight America. And what did your president say when Fox News asked him about that? Did he say? I remember when it first came up, prior to it was confirmed that China was going to give them these weapons. Your president said, "Oh no, Xi wouldn't do that." You know, he said he would never do that, and then it came up again. I don't think he'd do that. He know that wouldn't make me very happy. And now, when it has been proven that this is in fact what China is doing, what did your president tell Steve Doocy in the White House when asked about China sending these weapons to kill our military over in Iran? What your president said? Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's true because Xi knows that wouldn't make me very happy. Next question. Make sure next question. I pointed to another person so he would get no follow-up on what a fucking weak-ass president he is at the time that our military has no more munitions. Now, at the time when he's taking dead soldiers off of the list of soldiers who have been killed in this illegal war. Let all of this make sense. But this motherfucker is talking about how people choose their freedom to express what they wear, how they wear their hair, and what they do to their bodies personally as some inward hate. As he shows outward hate to everyone. But see, the thing about this is that Stephen Miller is Jewish. And see, what I don't understand is how does Stephen Miller, with these white nationalists who Jews will not replace us, how does he round off that square he is into the circle of these white nationalists don't like him either? Make any of this make sense?
This is literally like a throwback to 1950 style. Like, man, we don't like piercings or tattoos, man. Like, okay, Grandpa, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares what you like or what you don't like. And this is a guy who's destroying this country. It's astonishing.
Trust your instincts. To all people and across all civilizations, you know what normal is. You know what beautiful is. You know what good is. You know that families are right. You know that children are precious and beautiful and must be protected. You know that the criminal and the junkie.
Okay, he literally just did the, children are beautiful and must be protected. You are part of the pedophile protecting regime. Donald Trump is the #1 name mentioned in the Epstein files. He is likely a co-conspirator in the global pedo trafficking ring. Oh, we're protecting children. Children are precious. Yeah, we know you think children are precious. Perhaps you think they're a little too precious. Okay? You guys are protecting the global pedophile cabal, the entire Epstein class. You have the nerve to lecture us. By the way, I do agree with one thing he's saying here. He's saying trust your instincts. I agree. But your instincts would be screaming to get the fuck away from this guy. Your instincts would be screaming that you should stay away from the MAGA fucking psychopaths. That's what your instincts should be screaming. That danger lurks wherever there's MAGA. Okay? Stupidity lurks wherever there's MAGA. That's what your instincts are telling you. My instincts are the exact opposite of his. Anytime I see a fucking immigrant, I think, oh, this is a friendly person who works really hard. Right? Anytime I see somebody wearing a fucking red MAGA hat, I'm going, run for the motherfucking hills. This guy's trouble. So he's right. Trust your instincts, but the instincts will say the opposite of whatever he's pretending they say.
The predator is a threat to normal, healthy living. This is so much deeper than issues about taxation and regulation, although there.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. It's much deeper than
normal, regular living. This is much deeper than taxation and regulation. You know, of the deregulation that is killing Americans all across this country. This is much greater than taxation. You know, the tax breaks that we are giving to multi-millionaires and billionaires at the cost of our regular our middle class being devoured. Is that what he's talking about? This is much farther than taxation and deregulation and regulations. This is a bunch of bullshit.
That because you don't want to talk about those things, because if you did, you would have to acknowledge that you idiots brought the fucking fecal poop bacteria on us. Not bacteria, excuse me, parasite on us. Who wants to talk about regulation when we're currently poisoning?
Yeah, who wants to talk about regulation when we're deregulating everything? We're the party of deregulation. We're gonna release regulations, and the whole country is got watersheds.
Half the country with
because there's human waste in their food sources that is coming from their grocery stores. Shit, half of the people in this country probably can only afford to buy lettuce at this point. At this point.
Fucking explosive diarrhea. Who wants to talk about regulation when our lack of regulations led to screwworm, which is destroying the entire beef industry? Who wants to talk about regulation when Trump just greenlit glyphosate to give us all fucking cancer? This is so much more important than taxation. It's almost like you don't want to talk about taxation because you just gave the Epstein class all the fucking money and raised taxes on regular working people.
Are incredibly important. It's about normal, healthy, ordered living. And the violent leftists, for these deep-seated reasons, going back to the earliest wisdom taught to us in the Bible about coveting. And I'm not talking about rich versus poor. I'm talking about a much deeper kind of coveting. Coveting people who are morally superior, who are superior in the simple, truthful way they live their lives.
Oh my God, he's right.
Morally, he's not talking. He's saying the left are coveting the moral superiority of the Democrats. You know, people like his boss, Donald Trump. What a morality, what a moral showings that Donald Trump has exhibited, what that would have people coveting them. Huh? None.
Right, this is Nazi shit. He's saying like Republicans are inherently good, inherently truthful. Leftists and liberals are inherently deformed. That's what he's saying.
People that they look at who are happy and ordered and peaceful and
ordered. Notice ordered.
Happy, ordered, peaceful. I guess they are ordered when they can go through the government and give all of their friends and families no big contracts in the Pentagon, making billions and billions of dollars, drop investigations, give pardons to people who have been convicted of financial fines, and then these people don't have to pay as long as they pull up to the pardoning table and drop a few money in 47's pocket, a pardon pocket, and then they can get out of jail. I guess.
Ordered. Disordered would be bad. Disorder would be liberals and leftists dirty, right? This is one step away from vermin. This is their vermin.
To the communities. That burns an ember in them, and that's how you end up with the horrors we've seen throughout history, where good families are dragged out into the street and executed.
I hate to tell you guys this, but there is going to be a movement in this country of eugenics, but it's not going to come in the way that Stephen Miller wants it to. In fact, we're beginning to see the early parts of it, early stages of it, but it's actually flipped and reversed from what he wants. In other words, eugenic thinking will reemerge in this country, but it will come in the form and the fashion that Republicans are inherently inferior, that conservatives and MAGA are inherently low IQ dipshits who aren't fit to manage an Arby's, never mind run a country. That's how it's going to manifest. And it's going to manifest because people are living through Republican rule right now. And what they're realizing is literally anything is better than this. These motherfuckers have the House, they have the Senate, they have the White House, they have the judicial branch. They have their hands on the lever of power at every level of government. And what's happening? Unemployment's going up, inflation's going up, people can't pay for gas, they can't pay for groceries, their jobs are being taken by AI, everybody's losing their fucking health care, nobody has paid time off, it's a struggle, there's war after war after war, war crime after war crime after war crime, and people are looking around and they're going, what the fuck am I getting out of this? I'm getting nothing. I'm getting to watch the fat pedophile rapist con man president self-deal and be the most corrupt motherfucker we've ever seen anywhere ever of all time. And that's going to be the takeaway, is that this equals republicanism. This equals conservatism. This equals MAGA.
But you have this jackass Stephen Miller talking about everything that's pure, everything that's good, a bunch of bullshit. And this is going to directly impact the American people, in my opinion, at this midterm elections. So let me let's talk about another dummy
have been
in this administration.
Nearly all the blame.
Let's talk about another dipshit dumbass in this administration who is the one who fired all of the people who are supposed to be monitoring things like the screw worm, and who's supposed to be monitoring and make sure that they have enough people monitoring our food. RFK Jr.
On the COVID pandemic and the way that the U.S.
Okay. Should I? Okay. We know that Anthony Fauci was brought before, I think it was the Senate last weekend, and he pled the fifth on all questions asked of him. I don't blame him. Anthony Fauci has been given a pardon for Biden, but they brought Anthony Fauci in, and I'm not surprised at the unprofessionalism that these Republican senators actually displayed, because they were mad that they couldn't get a got you moment, so they decided this is not a time for your social media to blow up. This is not a time, Senator, for you to show out for Instagram. Remember all of the times when Democrats were actually asking real questions, a Republican would come back and tell them that this was not the time for them to show out and to get likes on their get a viral moment in their social media. Oh my God, that Anthony Fauci thing was totally disgusting. It seemed like, it seems like the one thing that the Republicans forgot was that the man who is in office right now, who said that maybe they can inject a bleach or something. This is the one who had the opportunity to hire or fire whomever he want, and he went with Anthony Fauci. But now all of the woes and the angst are against Anthony Fauci, and he paid them dust and this man is 85 years old, retired and 85 years old, and you have this senator from Ohio, whose son-in-law Miller, Mike Miller, I believe his name. Do we have a senator? Wait a minute. Before we get to that, let's get to this. Hold on. His son-in-law from Ohio has been accused of throwing hot water on the senator's daughter. They are going back and forth about him possibly breaking the collarbone of their 2-year-old child. Now, this congressman came out this weekend and said that there has never been any documentation of him doing anything bad to his daughter as of 2023, as of some date and time when they got divorced or separated. But the daughter would have been months old then. The alleged breaking of the collarbone and the allegations that the mark on her near her collarbone looked like a handprint, that came when the daughter was 2 years old. So we have, I think his name is Mendoza. Let me see.
A Republican House caucus that has a lot of powerful scandals.
Mike Miller, that is the congressman who is accused of not only attacking his wife physically, not only accused of possibly breaking the collarbone of his 2-year-old, but he has also been connected with one of 4547's spokespeople in his first administration, who also said that she was slammed up against the wall and I believe slapped by this man. Now, you have a congressman, who is the father of the wife. Let me see. Menendez, I think his name. Hold on. Okay. Bernie Moreno, who is a senator who questioned Dr. Fauci, is the father-in-law of this man right here, Max Miller. Let me enlarge this. Now, Max Miller has been accused of all of these things. There are new reports coming out. There are new allegations that are to be litigated between Max Miller and his ex-wife as they share a co-parenting that some of the weirdest co-parenting that I've ever heard. Whatever. Max Miller has been accused of doing all of this to his ex-wife. But in the Senate from Ohio, we have Bernie Moreno, who is questioning Dr. Fauci and is using some of the most unprofessional and curse words that you would ever hear from a sitting senator questioning Dr. Fauci. Let me see if this is one. Here we go. Let's go here first. Because we need to understand who these people really are and what they really represent. I want to show you the father-in-law who was questioning Dr. Fauci. But what this father-in-law could not do, he could not even do it for his daughter. His son-in-law, who is up on all of these accusations, they have been calling for him to drop out of the race. When they asked Moreno, did he think that his son-in-law should drop out of the race, he said he really couldn't say. These are the things that they are saying was done to his daughter, but he really couldn't say if his ex-son-in-law should drop out of the race. So let's hear what he had to say to Dr. Fauci, however.
It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the do you think you were for doing that? It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the do you think you were for doing that? It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. It was about 6 years ago today that I decided.
Who was he doting on? Donald Trump? Because this is truly the only one who is more interested in being a celebrity than being anything else. But I digress. Let's get into the full story of what he doesn't have words for. Let's see what he doesn't have words for when it comes to his own daughter.
In a Republican House caucus that has a lot of powerful, scandal-ridden figures, the member of possibly the most serious allegations swirling around him is also one of the least known. The pressure is now building on Ohio Congressman Max Miller. This month, Mother Jones magazine obtained 2,000 pages of court filings and police reports related to Miller. Records detailing allegations of drug use by Miller, misogyny and verbal abuse, and violent behavior against multiple women, including his ex-wife, Emily Moreno. She's the daughter of Ohio Republican Senator Bernie Moreno. Last February.
Are these the people that Stephen Miller was just telling you that we were jealous of? Good, earnest people that the far left were jealous of these people? Huh? You haven't heard of the Republicans say much. Her own goddamn daddy wouldn't say that he should drop out of the race because they don't want to lose power. So her own father, up until he was made a laughingstock for not telling him 14 hours ago, he finally said that this man should drop out of the race. But it took time.
February, the documents show, Moreno took her and Miller's 2-year-old daughter to the ER with a broken collarbone. According to Mother Jones, police records show that Moreno told detectives that Miller had previously thrown hot water at her, shoved her, and held a gun to her head. Therefore, she couldn't rule out that Miller caused their daughter's fracture. A child protection specialist reviewing the case said the bruising around the fracture resembled a handprint. Moreno never filed a police report. Miller said the bruises might have come from a seatbelt. The investigation found insufficient evidence of a crime. But Moreno did tell detectives something she said her daughter told her, quote, "Daddy's house is scary." A spokesman for Miller referred Mother Jones to previous statements denying Miller has ever committed violence against women. Moreno's lawyer declined Mother Jones' request for comment. Now, Miller has represented Ohio's heavily Republican 7th District since 2023. After first holding several jobs in Donald Trump's first administration. Trump called him a great guy, supported his campaign for Congress. But multiple sources at the time told Politico that Miller's prior romantic relationship with former Trump press secretary.
Trump called him a great guy. Would this be the great guys on the right that Stephen Miller was talking about that were so handsome, that go to church every Sunday, that the left is so jealous of? Because of what your eyes see, and you're jealous of the beauty and the goodness that are coming from these people? Is this what we're talking about? Let's continue.
Secretary Stephanie Grisham, remember her? Ended when he pushed her against a wall and slapped her in the face in his Washington apartment. Miller denies those allegations. But in a column for the Washington Post, Grisham wrote that she had told Donald and Melania Trump she was abused by a fellow White House staffer and they didn't act on the information. To the contrary, she wrote in this column, knowing what he knows, Trump has endorsed my ex's bid for Congress. Now, as Miller runs for re-election, Republican lawmakers remain largely silent about these shocking allegations of violence. Nikki McCann Ramirez is a politics reporter at Rolling Stone. We took a look at this week at how Republicans are sidestepping questions about Miller's alleged conduct, and she joined me now. I got to say, I want to be very careful about what is and isn't established here.
Wait a minute. You mean that the Republicans are sidestepping all of this goodness and virtue from this candidate? What?
What are allegations? Again, he denies ever being violent towards women. But just to start on the last thing I said was Stephanie Grisham part, where, I mean, just to start with, you have essentially, I mean, she doesn't say his name, but she points the arrows at him. You have a former staffer who is on the record saying that she was abused and that she told Donald and Melania Trump about it and they did nothing and instead endorsed it.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out that even though these are allegations, Max Miller kind of identified himself as the person Grisham was talking about in that memoir by countersuing. And later, now in the current dispute he's in with his ex-wife, once again, bringing up the claims made by Grisham and alleging that he had evidence that it had been made up. But I really want to stress, and I encourage everyone to read the Mother Jones piece, which is incredibly in-depth. These are not just allegations dating back to Grisham. The piece establishes a pattern of accusations dating back to when Miller was in high school. This is a very established figure and a very established problem that this member of Congress has had, not just in the last couple months, but over the last few years. As these allegations resurface and regain traction in the context of this race, there is now a clip circulating of fellow disgraced Congressman George Santos telling him on the floor of the House, "You're a wife beater." So again, allegedly, but in that instance, it was a bit of, the fraudster calling the kettle an abuser. But it seems like Republicans throughout the caucus have known for years that these allegations are out there and have kind of chosen to ignore them. Because as of now, there is no active ethics committee investigation. There is no real response from leadership about why this person has been allowed to remain a voting member of the caucus when other members have been removed for similar allegations.
I also just want to emphasize the other allegations coming from his ex-wife. I mean, first of all, this is not that it should matter either way, but this is the wife of a sitting Republican senator in the same state of Ohio, right? It's a fairly connected person. And the context of those police reports, this is not her talking to a reporter. It's not her making public. This is a private conversation she is having with the police when she is in the context of bringing her daughter with a broken collarbone to the hospital, in which she says that he pointed a gun at her head, threw her into a wall, and threw hot water on her. I mean, that, again, it doesn't mean it's true. These are allegations, but this is in a context in which this is not a person who is, attempting to destroy the reputation or publicly coming out with this. This is in the sort of most private, urgent possible context.
Absolutely. And especially when there's a child in the mix that is at risk. And I think the response House Majority Leader Mike Johnson gave last week was incredibly instructive, because we've seen Johnson in the past sort of deflect to questions about allegations related to members of his caucus by simply saying, "Oh, I haven't heard of that." As we were just discussing, this is something that is very well known within the Republican House caucus. Johnson essentially dismissed these reports by saying, "Oh, well, they're allegations." We've seen over the course of the last year, two members.
Oh, well, they're just allegations. Okay. This link is in my description box if you have or have not heard about these good, pure, honest people that Stephen Miller wanted you to think that Democrats are so jealous of. Let's see more about what Bernie Moreno had to say about these allegations. Yes, 2 days ago, and let's see if the tide changes. Let's see if the tide changes. Let's see if the tide changes. Here we go. Let's check this one out first.
Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio said he doesn't know if Congressman Max Miller of Ohio should stay on the ballot after being accused of domestic violence. In case you're unaware, Moreno's daughter is married to Max Miller and is the very woman making these accusations. In legal filings, Moreno's daughter alleges that Miller threw boiling water on her, held a gun to her head, and broke their daughter's collarbone. She also just requested a restraining order, alleging that Miller harassed, threatened, and tried to directly communicate with her attorneys, even going as far as placing his hands on one of her lawyers. Keep in mind that this isn't the first woman to accuse Miller of abuse. Former White House press secretary Stephanie Grisham wrote in her memoir memoir that she dated a physically abusive man in the Trump administration and later confirmed that she was referring to Max Miller. You also might recognize Bernie Moreno as the senator who yelled this at Dr. Fauci while he was testifying before the Senate this week.
Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that?
So you're telling me that he has more smoke for an 85-year-old scientist than he does for the guy accused of abusing his own daughter and granddaughter. If you can't comment on the specific allegations because of ongoing litigation, that's one thing. But my God, have the courage at least to stand up for your family and say that this man should step aside. Because the way I see it, we have the new biggest bitch in the Republican Party. I thought that title would be forever held by Ted Cruz after he didn't defend his own wife against Trump when Trump called her ugly. But no, I look at Senator Moreno and I think this is a guy who can't stand up for his own daughter and granddaughter. And I just have one question for him. Who the fuck do you think you are? Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio.
Maybe he's not sure. Maybe he's not sure who he is. Maybe he's not sure he is the big tough guy that he wanted to pretend to be when he's asking questions of Anthony Fauci. Maybe he's not a big tough guy after all. Because there has also been some allegations about poor Bernie that he's, how you doing? There has been some allegations about Bernie Moreno. So this was, here we have 2 days ago, we hear this, and now Bernie Moreno has had a come to Jesus moment. Senator Bernie Moreno says ex-son-in-law Representative Max Miller should resign. 14 hours ago. There's something new every day. Oh, let's go to something. Here we go. Let's check it out here.
Senator Bernie Moreno says his former son-in-law, Representative Max Miller, should not serve in Congress over abuse allegations. Miller and the senator's daughter, Emily Moreno, have been in a highly contentious public custody battle since their divorce. Senator Moreno says Miller has admitted privately that he needs serious psychological help. He also says Miller is a danger to his daughter and granddaughter. Moreno's statement came shortly after Miller appeared on a live stream in which he denied the allegations.
I have never abused our daughter. Before I go through the facts with you today,
notice he didn't say his wife, but let's continue.
Understand one thing. Every one of these allegations traces back to a single source, my former wife. Just want to be clear, no court, no agency has ever substantiated any allegation of abuse against me. I also want to address the allegations of
neither has one cleared you. Let's continue.
Domestic abuse. I categorically deny abusing my former wife. I'm not getting out of this race, and I'm winning in November.
A spokesperson for Emily Moreno says there is a lot of documented evidence that Miller has a history of violent and dangerous behavior.
Republican Congressman Max Miller.
Let's thank our hearts. They're saying that he pointed a pow pow. I wasn't gonna play this one. I didn't hear where she had a piece pointed to her head as well.
Miller is facing a series of domestic abuse
let's see this allegation of him pointing a pow pow to her head.
allegations. And while the Ohio Republican denies wrongdoing, public court filings, police records, photographs, and audio recordings are raising very disturbing questions. In court filings, Emily Moreno, the daughter of Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, is accusing her ex-husband, Congressman Miller, of physical and emotional abuse of her and their 2-year-old daughter. In February, Moreno told police.
And it took all of that for Grandpa Moreno to finally come out and say something to protect in support of his daughter and granddaughter. And he wants to curse at Dr. Fauci.
One night, Miller held a gun to her head as she was changing their toddler's diaper. In a separate incident, She claims Miller threw hot water at her, burning her chest and her stomach. The aftermath of those alleged burns shown in these photos that are part of court filings submitted in a defamation lawsuit Miller has filed against her, Moreno. Congressman Miller claims those burns were just from a sunburn. In mid-March, there were reports that Miller and Moreno were being investigated by Ohio Child Protective Services for their 2-year-old daughter's broken collarbone and bruised shoulder. Neither Miller nor Moreno could explain what happened to their child, but a specialist reviewing the incident characterized the bruising near the fracture as resembling a handprint. And according to court documents, their toddler once told Moreno, quote, "Daddy, kill you." Miller has not only denied these allegations, but he's gone on offense, trying to paint a picture of Moreno.
Isn't that who we jealous of on the left? Isn't this who the left is jealous of because of their beauty, because of their pureness, because of their protecting their children? Isn't that what Stephen Miller got out here and pontificated to you about? A bunch of bullshit? Okay. Not because of individual traits, because of all of these traits that are supposed to be combined in only one set of people, white Republicans. That the liberals are so enraged and mad about. Groupthink. What you think now?
Throughout public interviews and filings as mentally ill, quote, not all there, and a liar who is trying to, quote, undermine his odds at re-election to Congress. And if you are wondering, not a single Republican colleague has called for Miller to resign or end his campaign at this point. Even Senator Bernie Moreno, the father of the woman Miller says is not all there, has not yet done so. I want to bring in Annie Carney, a congressional correspondent for the New York Times, who's been reporting on these allegations against Miller. Annie, it's good to see you. I just want to start with you giving a bigger picture of these accusations, because I could not even list all of them.
Yeah, I mean, they've been kind of locked in a court battle for years now. So it's complicated and there's many layers to it. But you hit kind of the main ones: holding a gun to her head, scalding her skin with hot water, the broken collarbone of the toddler. He has shared, and then instead of not, he has kept this in the news by countersuing and making allegation against her that she has untreated bipolar disorder, that he's accused her of stalking. He has accused her of trying to ruin his reputation. He's sued her for defamation. So it's just become, and it's all in unsealed court documents for the whole world to look at.
These are your Republican representatives. Your Republican representatives. These links are in my description box if you want to peruse them further. Speaking of which, how did all of this come about? Why are we talking about any of this? Because we need to talk about the whole premise that this is set on. Let me share this with you. The whole premise that this is being talked about is about this NSPM7 that Stephen Miller wants you to believe that are indicators of people on the left potentially committing crimes and them preemptively arresting you. Trump's NSPM7 labels common beliefs as terrorism indicators. New directive targets anti-Christian, anti-American, and anti-capitalism opinions. This is way back in September 27th of 2025 is when I bought this to you. And your president scientist, what is it with the mainstream media that distracted by the made-for-TV drama of James Comey indictment, Trump has signed a little notice national security directive identifying anti-Christian, anti-American views as indicators of radical left violence, called National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. You heard Stephen Miller mention that by name in that that fucking bullshit talk that he gave. These people are saying this out loud. It is being referred to as NSPM 7 by administration insiders. This is the first time in American history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, Trump Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller said, referring to the issuance. Who said? Stephen Miller. September 27th of 2025, this article came out, and a lot of you may still not know about it. Okay. Let's see what's in the meat and potatoes of it. It's hard to overstate how much different NSPM 7 is from over 200 executive orders Trump has frenetically signed since coming back into office. Let's see what exactly it is. This is an example in a executive order, national security presidential memorandum. This is just one example of one. He's going into examples of national security presidential memorandums there. The link is in my description box for this article. What is the NSPM 7 going to do? The NSPM 7 directs a new national strategy to disrupt any individual group, the format of political. Wait a minute. The NSPM 7 directs a new national security to disrupt any individual or groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political acts. So how do you foment political violence even before they result in violent political acts? You just arrest people and say you saw something that was an indicator that they were going to commit political violence. You have no proof, but you arrest people on something that you say is proof that you had an indicator that they were going to commit political violence. I want you to be clear on what this is. In SPM 7, in other words, they're targeting pre-crimes to reference the Minority Report. The Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whom NSPM 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American family. Wait a minute. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. You can be arrested if your government says that you have indications that show that you hold hostilities towards those who hold traditional American views on family, and your government has a mechanism in which to arrest you and not on you proving that you have any hostility towards anybody who have traditional American views on family, but on indicators. What are these indicators? Whatever they choose them to be. Whatever they say that you have done, your activities, the things that they have followed you and you have purchased and you have said and you have written, and this proves that you have traditional un-American, you have hostilities towards people who hold traditional American views on family. So therefore, we're arresting you on domestic terrorism. Are you clear on that now? Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Didn't you hear Stephen Miller talk about the moral right? The moral right. So these people will say, hey, we have indicators that by you doing this, you don't have traditional American views on morality. You're immoral. You're immoral. Okay, if you are not familiar with this NSPM7, the United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment political violence, so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracy before they result in violent political acts. The directive states emphasis is his. Pre-crime endeavor, preventing attacks before they happen, is core to the post 9/11 concept of counterterrorism itself. No longer satisfied to investigate acts of terrorism after the fact to bring terrorists to justice, the Bush administration adopted a preemption overseas that led aerial assassination by drones and special operation kill missions. Domestically, it led to counterterrorism campaigns whose hallmark was excessive and illegal government surveillance and the use of undercover agents and confidential human sources to trap and entrap would-be terrorists. Now with Donald Trump's directive of retooling the counter-terrorism apparatus to go after Americans at home, this means monitoring political activity or speech is an investigative method to discover radicalism. Contrary to other national security documents all during the post-war Watergate era, NSPM7 doesn't even mention the First Amendment or the fundamental rights of Americans to organize or protest. It doesn't even mention your freedom or speech or your rights to protest. Why do you think that they're talking about this right now, before this midterm election? Why do you think that Stephen Miller said something that they illegally crowd the streets and all of this type of stuff? That's a protest. NSPM7 has something for you if you want to protest your government, which is in the Constitution as your right. So they want to observe your constitutional rights with this NSPM7. The focus on speech is evident throughout NSPM7. The directive says that the political violence is the result of organized campaigns that often begin with the left dehumanizing targets in anonymous chat forums, in-person meetings, social media, and even educational institutions. Did you just hear all of the dehumanizing things that Stephen Miller said about the left? And they're talking about what they deem that you write in anonymous chat forums, in-person meetings, and social media, and even educational institution could mark you as a domestic terrorist. Let's be real clear on what we're talking about here. It gives a sense of how broad this formulation is. Trump earlier designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group was accompanied by a White House fact sheet singling out people who celebrated Luigi Mangione and the alleged killer of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December, as I wrote at that time. This describes a lot of Americans. Trump's new national security memorandum also alludes to Mangione, but adds to it even later categories of potential targets. NSPM7 is fundamentally a law enforcement directive, and it dispenses with the complications of using the active duty military or the National Guard in pursuit of political violence. It directs the Department of Justice to focus the FBI approximately 200 joint terrorist task force to the new mission. The FBI network of task force are comprised of over 4,000 members, including FBI personnel and task force officers for more than 500 state and local agencies and 50 federal agencies, including special agents, police officers, intelligence analysts, and surveillance technicians, first established in New York City in 1980 to systemize the FBI and the NYPD cooperation. Today, there are task force around the country, including at least one in each of the FBI's 55 field offices. For the Trump White House, the beauty of using an already existing network is that it bypasses congressional oversight and scrutiny, even obscures federal activity to governors and legislators at the state level. State, cities, and local police have already signed memorandum agreements with the feds to fight terrorism, and officers are already assigned as task force officers. So if you didn't know about this, poo-poo on you. There are several more things about this NSPM7 that Clint Klippenstein has written about all the way back in starting in September of 2025. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of people have missed these things. I don't know. I can anybody tell me why? I don't know why. It's just some things that people miss out on. Now, there is something else. Will Francesca Hong and Abdul El Sayed get elected? It's that they will elected. I'm thinking. The Pentagon's new missile gap from almost the beginning of the Iran war, the experts have complained that the Pentagon is running out of missiles. Let me see. A supposed problem that says more about the nature of the national security debate than about the state of the U.S. military. Washington officials are struck on this half propaganda, half operational conundrum. They both want more money for the military, and they want to make it clear that no weapons shortages are constraining the U.S. from fighting Iran. This desire to have it both ways reached comic levels this week when UN Ambassador Mike Waltz said to Meet the Press that Biden was to blame for the missile shortage before immediately insisting that there was no shortage and that whoever is leaking they should be prosecuted. Walt's first instinct was to embrace the missile shortage, which is the instinct almost everyone has, and is reflect the broader unwillingness to entertain the possibility that the military has enough, not because that's wrong, but because that's inconvenient, say it and you're defending the Trump administration or waving off the danger of our beloved troop. No one says it. Under the circumstances, all sides win. First, some facts. The missiles we are talking about are air defense missiles, those that are used to shoot down Iranian missiles, according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The U.S. pre-war inventory of the most modern missiles of these type, the Patriot, THAAD, and the Navy Aegis are related, was some 2,750 to 2,950 in the ways of the Pentagon. Those missiles are split up between various geographic commands, some in Asia, some in Europe, and some in the Middle East, etc. Israel has its own missiles, and the Gulf states own a substantial number of their own inventories, almost all purchased from the U.S. It's a big business. Given that Iran itself was estimated to have a pre-war inventory of just over 2,000 missiles and thousands of attack drones, clearly the stockpiles these defensive weapons was grossly inadequate. If one factors in that they are supposedly be sufficient to deal with not just Iran, but also North Korea and China and Russia. Before you jump up and say, hey, he's also arguing that we need more. The U.S. buys all sorts of weapons, but clearly the ones that might be most important to fight modern war is to counter the enemy's missiles and drones are not the priority or not the priority or even a priority. That's because the military is all about offense and particularly about bombing and attacking maneuvering forces, even if its current environment or whatever it is, be the Middle East, the Ukraine, Taiwan, South Korea, where the most effective weapons of the enemy are missiles and not tanks. Partly, this is Western military culture. The pilots with their silk scarves and their tankers with their binoculars, and the soldiers with mud on their faces, they all get the glory. Does anyone care about the dweebs far behind the front lines pressing buttons to shoot defensive missiles? Nope. No guts, no glory. So the saying goes, which just leaves a giant stockpile of questions. Did anyone anticipate this? Iran has been the enemy for 40 plus years. They've been waging war against us for 47 years. Did anyone anticipate this? Iran has been an enemy for 40 plus years, and after 9/11 in particular, has specialized in creating a indigenous missile and drone force, selling them to Russia to fight the Ukraine war. And if you say that the inventory of missile is instead intended for war with Russia or China, then the situation is even worse. For those two countries have even larger inventories of missiles and drones. One might think that the priority of the Pentagon would to have larger inventories of defense missiles to counter Russia and Chinese missiles. Oh, but no, we have idiots over our Pentagon, like Pete Kegbreath and the unqualified Raising Kane, who had to get a waiver for his position, the DEI hire of Raising Kane, in the place of the well-qualified black four-star general. Let's not forget. Okay, where was I? One might think that a priority for the Pentagon would to have larger inventories of defense missiles to counter Russian and Chinese missiles. One might think, but these are not the sexy options. These do not get new military contracts for Donald Trump sons to be military contractors of drones. Why would they do that when they can create wealth for the Trump families with new Pentagon contracts? Are you crazy? Which one do you think is going to happen first? Protecting the United States or making money for the Trump family? I don't know. What do you think? From Star Wars to Iron Dome to the Golden Dome, there's been quite the effort to make defense look sexy, but this rubs up against the long-standing American way of war, which is to send out offensive missiles and attacking airplanes to destroy enemy missiles on the ground, followed by destroying missile supporting infrastructure. That's certainly been the practice in the current Iran war. So clearly the offense needs to be balanced with a defensive portfolio to shoot down those enemy weapons that thwart the or circumvent the offense. But nope, there is no balance. Not for contingencies in dealing with Iran. and certainly not for China, which should raise even bigger questions about how decisions are made in the Pentagon and how money is spent and why. Pete Keckbreath couldn't tell you how a dime was spent when he came back and asked you for more money. The argument during the nuclear era has been dominated by those who said that the ballistic missile defense was bad because it might upset the balance of terror and undermine the nuclear deterrence. The argument by this camp since Reagan's Star Wars speech in 1983 is twofold. First, the missile defense make nuclear war more likely because the Russians might perceive that they can't ensure destroying the world, so they would destroy the world to prove that they are to prove their ability to destroy the world is preserved. God damn. I'll show you. Don't say I can't do it. Okay, so there's that. Let me see. And second, there's another important legacy that reverberates today. The argument that missile defense would never work, which is to say, it comes to nuclear when it comes to nuclear weapons, they wouldn't work 100%. So it's all or nothing. Nothing has prevailed as the conclusion, and that has influenced the view of missile defense on the battlefield and regional level, creating a little bit of prejudice against patriots and his brethren. Have you seen in my arguments above, every faction is responsible for not having enough missiles, but that's because debate is so ill-informed and the arguments are so narrow that everyone wins something by continuing to argue or not argue as they have been doing. So does the United States have enough missiles? The answer is complicated, and the missile gap of the 1950s, except for one difference. How many missiles Iran has, or China, or Russia, is known a lot better than eight decades ago. But certainly the models and the projections are no better, and many of the same biases exist. After all, the missile gap with the Soviet Union was used to justify building more nuclear weapons. That is more offense. Okay, so will we be building more nuclear weapons? Because we can't pinpoint how many weapons the Soviets have. Maybe not, because Putin is Trump's friend. Now, let's see this one, FEMA. Do you guys know that there have been over 57 or 58 storms in the Midwest, tornadoes in the Midwest this summer? Are you familiar with that? Do you guys remember what FEMA is and what FEMA is supposed to be doing? Are you guys familiar with FEMA? And now, I have watched reports trying to see who is going to come out and help these American people, these American patriots. And I hear a lot of about the Red Cross and all of these people who don't have federal grants and federal money. I have not heard much about FEMA coming out to help the American people who have lost their lives to weather events, to put their lives back together. So let me put this in my description box as well under FEMA. Under FEMA, who is being run by none other than Mark Wayne Mullen. We haven't seen a lot of from Mark Wayne Mullins. I haven't seen Mark Wayne Mullen come out and talk about that shooting of that undocumented immigrant who was in the process and who actually had permission to be in the United States, who they shot down, and the one of the FEMA officers had a pass full of the shooting officer for FEMA allegedly had a domestic violent field pass, and I haven't seen Mark Wayne Mullins come out and address any of that. And I want you to understand that FEMA is under the Department of Homeland Security, who has one of the largest budgets in our government. But we have people who need help rebuilding their homes, their lives after these storms, and have not gotten their money. And we are also aware that they have all but admitted that 80% of the people who live in blue states are not getting any funding, are not getting any grants upheld. And also, the money that Congress has already allocated for certain blue states have been sidelined by none other than Roosevelt. You know, Roosevelt, who tried to make you believe that the bureaucrats were the ones who were in the way, and he wanted to cause the bureaucrats trauma, who was also one of the authors of Project 2025, who is also a member of the Heritage Foundation. So, how does that affect you and how you live your life? As Stephen Miller comes out and tell you that the left people, the problem is left people are jealous of these pure values of the right. How does that help you when a catastrophe strikes your life? MAGA, that includes you, MAGA. Okay, FEMA's new mission. Domestic terrorism. The Disaster Response Agency forgets the weather and embraces what? Pre-crime. Why do you think that the agency that has the biggest budget in the United States is not worried about giving homeowners who've lost their home, lost everything? They're not worried about that. They're worried about that. What I was talking about earlier, pre-crimes, pre-crimes, crimes that have not even happened, that they activities that you do in your everyday life that they want to criminalize and say that it is an indicator of you about to commit a crime of which you have not done at all. Now they have ICE is going. Why do you think ICE is concentrating on pre-crime? See, when ICE was out here doing all of this illegal shit with these undocumented immigrants, y'all MAGA and thought that it was all fine and dandy. Well, they shouldn't. Well, if they didn't, well, they shouldn't. When they are doing some of the most illegal shit. Yes, I covered it. I covered it because if they would do it to them, what makes you think that they wouldn't do it to you? So let's get into this, because surely the Department of Homeland Security don't have to worry about pre-crime. Pre-crime is domestic terrorism. If you are not from this country, you're not a domestic terrorist. You are a terrorist. So why are the ICE agents concentrating on you, the American people? But they may pretend like, oh no, they tenderize your thought process of saying, trying to rationalize all the carnage that you saw in our city streets as being okay because these people deserved it. You a lot of you people excuse the behavior that was going on in your streets. A lot of you raccoons talked about this wasn't your fault. Okay, let's continue. Okay. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is FEMA, often criticized for its inadequate response to natural disasters like wildfires, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes, has been assigned a new mission: domestic terrorism. Now FEMA is shelling out grant money to state and local authorities to build up capacity to carry out pre-crime operations against quote unquote organized political violence. Isn't that, don't you feel better now? Pre-crimes against quote unquote organized political violence. As one FEMA information bulletin I observed says. Receipts. That means an incoming receipt is coming. The bulletin dated July 9th instructs local authorities to prioritize domestic terrorism in their grant application titled Implementation of National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. When did this first come out? What was that? September 25th or 25? Nobody paying attention. But here on July 9th of 2026, right before the midterm election, there is some movement in this monitoring of pre-crimes under the NSPM7. A lot of people who didn't even know anything about it. I suggest you go over to Ken Klippenstein page and understand what is in store for the American people at the hands of your government. This is in my description box under FEMA. The bulletin dated July 9th instructs local authorities to prioritize domestic terrorism in their grant application titled Implementation of National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. The document echoes President Trump's emphasis on rooting out suspected, not actual, suspected domestic terrorists before an attack takes place. Oops, my bad. Did I take your life? Oops, my bad. I suspected that you were going to do something, a domestic terrorist act. My bad. Oops. To head off of these attacks, the bulletin tells states what to buy, training to spot, social media based indicators, analysis to monitor online behaviors and digital footprints, and teams for managing a person of concerns whose behavior indicates a potential trajectory towards domestic terrorism. Here is the receipt. Is right here. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, FEMA. It is dated when? July 9th. All state administrative agency head, all state administrative agency points of contact. This is who the memorandum is for. All urban area security initiative points of contact, all state homeland security directors, all state emergency management agency directors, from David Gudez. Deputy Assistant Administration of the Grant Programs Directorate. Implementation of National Security Presidential Memorandum. So now you've heard about the NSPM7. Now understand that NSPM7 has officially been implemented on as of July 7th of 2026. Let's see how you fare under this NSPM7. Some form of the word indicators, indicative, indicates, appears 10 times in the 8-page FEMA bulletin. Now the whole bulletin is clipped right here. You can go on and clip it right here. The FEMA information bulletin. I didn't download it. If you want to read it, it is right here, and you can download it on your own. Okay, it's an eight-page bulletin. Its favorite euphemism of law enforcement, because it is a favorite euphemism of law enforcement because it obscures what's really happening. Pre-crime indicators are something a person said or did that an officer has or been trained to read as a sign of crime that hasn't happened and may never happen. They are aware of that. What these things, these indicators, these pre-crime indicators, they are abuse of your rights as a United States citizen. They don't have to predict that you. They don't have to. What is that? They don't have to state what crime that they think that you are about to commit. They don't have to have no facts or anything to treat you not to arrest you as an American. No, they are going to be arresting you as a terrorist, which are arrests under a whole different color of authority. Understand that. That's why they need this NSPM7. How do you think that they were able to take all of these people to black sites, to Abu Ghraib, and all of these type of places, and waterboard people, and all of this type of stuff was able to happen? Do you think that they were arrested under a regular arrest warrant? No, they weren't. Under this approach, the old requirement that evidence of a crime come first before any investigation is under this approach, the old requirement that evidence of a crime come first before any investigation is replaced by a forecast. It vibes-based laws environment. Wait a minute. It vibes-based law enforcement deviation, but with the imprimatur of national security and respectability. Imprimer. What is this? Hold on. Excuse me. Let me Google this word. Is this a misspelling, or is this a word that I am not recognizing? Let me see. Imprimatur is the word. Imprimatur, that's a word I am not familiar with. An official license issued by the Roman Catholic Church to print a. Wait a minute, that can't be right. A person's authoritative approval. That's what that means. Imprimatur. There we are. Okay, so let's go back to this. Investigation is replaced by a forecast, and it advises based on law enforcement deviation, but with the imprimatur of national security respectability. And while it is mostly only been used against real organized foreign terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, it is now being deployed against Americans. To give you a sense of just how central pre-crime is to this approach, consider the following grant proposals the FEMA bulletin calls for. Learn the latest tactics and trends used by domestic terrorism actors in order to recognize indicator prior to an attack. Prepare and train communities to identify and report threatening, concerning behaviors that may be indicative of a large plotting and or activity. Conduct surveillance and counter surveillance training to detect pre-operational casing and hostile surveillance of domestic targets. Now, what if you are just trying to preserve your community and keep your community safe? Are you going to be monitored if you set up a network of people in your community where you guys are working together to make sure you guys are fed, have everything you need, are safe, look out for one another? Do you think that you will be deemed a domestic terrorist group? If you are working succinctly with each other in your community to keep your community thriving and alive, yes, you will. Yes, you will. They are going to have people under surveillance and counter surveillance, training to detect pre-operational casing and hostile surveillance of domestic targets. Now, what if you and your neighbors are, let's say, you do gardening. So let's say some of your neighbors garden, they do tomatoes, they do cabbage, they do lettuce. Other of your neighbors do peppers, they do onions, they do corn. And you guys split up the proceeds amongst yourself to make sure the whole neighborhood is fed. You think they're going to have a problem with that? Because chaos is their biggest friend. They don't want you to ally together. When you are allying together to make things happen for you, to keep sanity in your life. When your life is turned upside down and you're in chaos, and why do you think they keep the lights on in prisons all night long? Why do you think that they let all of this noise go on? Because when you're disoriented, you are you are more apt to fall for any type of distraction and any type of bullshit, because your mind has no time to think and rebuild. Now, can you imagine after this election, after you guys realize that our strategic oil reserves are at zero and you have nothing coming? After this election, when these people who are on Medicare have been kicked off of their Part D, that they can't get their prescription drugs, will Mexico then start tariffing Americans who go over to Mexico for prescription drugs that they can't afford to buy in the United States? You know, there are dental patients that cross the border every day to go to Mexico because they can't afford to get their teeth fixed in the United States. There are people who go over to Mexico and buy bulks of their prescription medication at pharmacies that they can get over the counter, that they cannot afford to buy in Mexico. So now, wouldn't it be interesting if Mexico put a tariff on their drugs and on their prescription drugs? That the United States people can't go over there. So what are American people are going to do? Huh? What are American people going to do? These are people who are on Medicare. These are people who are on Medicare or who are disabled already. What do you think the option? What do you think there is no a new plan to replace this Medicare Part D assistant plan to get your medication? So what could the obvious point be of cutting the ability for people who need help buying their medication? What do you think the point of this is? Do you think that is to help you live a healthy life? If it was, they would have had a replacement. What do you think this is for? Okay, let's continue. As for why any state or local government would entangle itself in such a fraught activities, a second document I obtained from FEMA parent agency, Department of Homeland Security. Oh shit. Am I back? I want to make sure I'm still here. Oh, I'm still here. I blacked out. I blacked out of my pages. For why any state or local government would entangle itself in such a fraud activities, a second document I obtained from FEMA parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, explains why. It contains a not so subtle warning to authorities and don't adhere to new domestic terrorism priorities, saying failure to meet the NPA national priority areas spending requirements will result in a hold on of affected funding until compliance issues are resolved. They're going to withhold money from your state if you do not comply with these requirements to monitor people as domestic terrorists. And we understand that they are only looking at non-Republican people. Failure to meet the NPA spending requirements will result in a hold on affected funding compliance issues are until compliance issues are resolved. Enhancing priorities, a description, a minimal association requirement, enhancing protection of soft targets, crowded places. These are the priorities. Enhancing the protection of soft targets / crowded places. Could that be your voting facilities? Could that be where you go, your polling stations? Oh, here it is right here. Enhancing election security, ensuring the integrity and security of voting system. At least 3% of the total SP and UASI allocations must be dedicated to this area. Supporting border crisis response and enforcement. Supporting a collaboration between the state and local enforcement and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement through the 287G program to identify and remove individuals who pose a threat to public safety and national security. Public safety and national security. Okay, let's continue. That second document, a Department of Homeland Security grant program notice, is a $1 billion shopping list of available federal money. But there's a catch. 35%, it says, must go to terrorism prevention. Another 35% is allocated for 5 designated Department of Homeland Security priorities. Number 1, supporting the border crisis response. Number 2, enhancing election security. Number 3, supporting Homeland Security Task Force and fusion centers. Number 4, enhancing the protection of soft targets, crowded places. Could be your streets if your population wants to protest what your government is doing. Enhancing cybersecurity. That priorities track the president's own preoccupation. That's just this month. Trump gave a primetime address claiming that China had compromised the 2020 election. The border crisis response priority. Meanwhile, point state. The border crisis response priority. Meanwhile, point state straight at ICE. 287G program, which as I have reported, turns local law enforcement into bounty hunters by paying them to do immigration enforcement, including bonuses tied to how many people they find. The Homeland Security Task Force priority refers to a new federal local strike force Trump created by executive order on his first day back in office to hunt cartels and enforce immigration laws. And the crowded places priority has its own ghost. I'm wondering what this crowded places thing is. I thought it was. I'm kind of thinking that it could be any type of protest. Those are crowded places. I was thinking it could be our polling stations. Those are crowded places. has its own goals. The assimilation of conservative activist Charlie Kirk shot in front of a crowd is a university event last year. That murder is what precipitated all of this. 3 days after signing the executive order declaring Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, Trump issued the NSPM-7 on September 25th of 2025, a national security order that opens with references to Kirk's murder and builds a counterterrorism program meant to prevent the next one. So this is what you get when a racist that has the ear of the youth loses his life because he refuses to go to Israel. Many accounts says that he wanted to cut his ties with Israel. It has been reported. And then we wind up in a war with Israel. With Iran at the beckoning of Israel. Make any of this make sense? NSPM-7 asserts that the political violence in America does not emerge organically, but it is the product of sophisticated organized campaign. It identifies its own indicators of domestic terrorism to investigate, including anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. Until now, NSPM-7 has largely appointed at federal machinery like the FBI, IRS, but a brief section toward the bottom of the NSPM-7 reaches down into your county sheriff. It orders the Homeland Security Secretary to develop grant programs to pay local enforcement to go after domestic terrorism. So your local police, sheriff, officers will be able to join into a grant and depending how many people that they arrest as counterterrorism that they can mark down as counterterrorism, the more money that they will make. Washington knew that this would happen long before Trump entered the White House. FEMA has created a 1979. FEMA was created in 1979 as an independent agency, but after 9/11 attacks in 2003, it was folded into a new counterterrorism-focused Department of Homeland Security. FEMA preparedness function and grant processes were pulled out and scattered across the department. That's September. The Undersecretary for the Emergency Preparedness and Response sent Homeland Security Tom Ridge a 7-page memo warning that the reorganization would cripple America's ability to respond to disasters, and he was overruled. 2 years later came Katrina. And what happened with that? How did that work out? They were unable to respond to what the reason that FEMA was created for. Because they had spread all the grant processes all over, talking about watching for terrorism. And the core mission of FEMA was in ruins. By October of 2012, a bipartisan congressional investigation reported that the Department of Homeland Security could not say how much it had spent on Fusion Center, the state and regional intelligence hub built after 9/11, where local police, federal agents, and analysts pool information. Department of Homeland Security's own estimate range from 289 million to 1.4 billion. The intelligence coming out of them was of uneven quality. The Senate concluded, finding it oftentimes shoddy and rarely timely, sometimes endangering citizens' civil liberties. They don't care about Americans' civil liberties. Reviewing 13 months of Fusion Center reporting, investigators found that nothing that uncovered a terrorist threat and no contribution to disturbing an active plot of 610 reports. 111 were never published, and many because they lack useful information or risk violating civil liberties protections. Among the reports flagged a Muslim community group book recommendation, parenting advice, and motorcycle club pamphlet advising members to be polite to police during traffic stops. This is what your FEMA money is being spent on in these. What are they called again? This is what your FEMA money is being spent on as they combine all of these agencies to try to root out domestic terrorism. Fusion centers, where they fuse all this information together and they get absolutely nothing. 14 years later, the machine is being handled and handed. The machine is being handed a mandate to which digital footprints for indicators of anti-American sentiment. FEMA, meanwhile, has absorbed roughly a 14% workforce reduction since January 2025. Meanwhile, managing more than 300,000 projects across more than 600 open disaster declarations, with 14% less people in 300,000 projects that have gone unanswered thus far. Even in my little corner of the world in Wisconsin, I can see how desperately the country needs a functioning disaster response agency. Yesterday afternoon, what happened? Ken, yesterday afternoon, a tornado came through the Fox Valley about 100 miles northeast of where I live. The National Weather Service issued a particularly dangerous situation warning, a designation it says for the worst of them. Video of what was left behind is heartbreaking. All of their social media today. Homes torn open, everything inside gone. I'm sure some people who lost their homes will be relieved to know that they are safe from domestic terrorism. What is needed now is the thing FEMA was actually created to do, done by civil agency, done by a civil agency, neither materialized or nor given over to an anti-political terrorism agenda. Instead, we see a climate change denying domestic terrorism ourselves administration creating its own disaster with a do-nothing Congress standing idly by. That is what you see. These people don't take the lives of the American people seriously, not one bit. So go over there and check that out in my description box, because this is what your government is going to be concentrating on. This is what your government has the audacity to be concentrating on, and pretending like, oh, these storms are a big nothing. Oh, don't. We're not going to even mention them. We're just going to keep repeating and digesting old bullshit. Let me ask. Did I? Let me see. Let's see about the scam of SpaceX. Mike Reed. Who voted for Graham Plattner? Who voted for? Who is y'all? Who is this y'all you speak of? Who is these y'alls you speak of? Let's get into this. Y'all voted for. Who is y'all? I thought each individual had an individual vote. That's the last time I checked. I don't know who this y'all is. Why are you even talking about Graham Plattner is not even on a fucking ticket. Why are you talking about Graham Plattner? Huh? How come you're not staying on topic? How come you're not staying on topic? Let's see what's going on with AI. The AI that is supposed to save the nation. Let's get into this.
Feels like we're in the prequel to the dystopian sci-fi future we always talk about. So here it is. This is from the White House today, and it's as crazy as it looks. It says, hop in, best dimension yet. And it appears that they made an AI video featuring Trump and the Vice President, J.D. Vance, in a Rick and Morty kind of style. So seriously, this is and then I guess this would be the Democrats. They're suggesting they're all robots, and I guess Trump and Vance are chased by, dragons, space monsters, however you want to say these things. But this is our reality, guys. MAGA. Okay, great. That's coming from the White House. And this whole, it's seriously what they're doing. This whole sort of AI thing is all brought to you by our current markets, our current economy, and largely actually NVIDIA. And I'm starting with this is because NVIDIA had this whacked out headline today in story. NVIDIA's $750 billion deals revive fear of AI circular financing. Yes, we're talking about
circular financing with they're lying that they're going to invest in each other's companies and try to keep this a fake stock market at record highs. Circle jerking each other's pings, trying to pretend like this AI is that important.
They're financing, and the fact that the bubble is getting bigger. I give you money, you give me the money back and buy stuff from me, and then I give you money again, and then you go borrow money and you buy stuff from me, and then I claim that I'm making lots of money after I give you more money to buy stuff from me. Yes, circular financing.
Semiconductor industry has really changed, and the reason for that, because we used to build computers for people to use, and we're going to still continue to build incredible computers. These are now processing AIs for humans to collaborate with. But in the future, we also have AI agents and robots, and they're going to be using computers. So instead of just 1 billion people using computers, we're going to have 100 billion agents and billions of robots.
So now we're going to have agents and robots, agents of AI. All of these are going to be using computers. Now, the miraculous thing that I find about all of this AI shit, all of the numbskulls that are coming out talking about how AI is going to be the new thing, and you need to learn how to prompt AI and all of this bullshit. They can't tell you one thing exactly, specifically that AI is going to do to improve the life of the American people. Because it has not even been offered up by the creators of this AI. All of this, you can have everything you want. You can have free time. No specific has been given. And you got a lot of raccoons running out here trying to act as if they are so elite. A cheerleading for billionaires to ruin the lives of the masses of people in the United States, because raccoons do what raccoons need to do to try to make themselves appear to be superior or have power when they are weak bitches. Yes, I'm talking about the male raccoons as well.
all using computers. The computer industry, the chip that's built on top of the chip industry, surely is not big enough. And so this is one of the realizations of the semiconductor industry, that now computers are built not just for people to use, but computers are being built for computers to use. My guess is that the semiconductor industry is probably going to have to be 10 times larger than it is today over the next decade or so. And so working with our partners in Korea and around the world to scale up the supply chain of semiconductors.
And I can tell you firsthand, I'm in Korea. Yeah, that's all the talk over here is, hey, the crazy Americans want to give us a bunch of money to build out a bunch of chips. And hey, let's go borrow a bunch of money. No, this is true story. All the employees of these companies, be it SK Hynix, Samsung, are actually out literally getting a bunch of loans to buy these massive houses and such. That was been in our news. Hey guys, we got these big bonuses. We got these big deals coming in from NVIDIA. Let's go buy houses. And then we had inflation in the housing market here, which is crazy in itself. So this was the last month or so. And when you listen to Jensen Huang's description of this, we used to build computers for humans. Now we're building computers for robots. And then we're going to have, I guess, our agent robot things control a bunch of computers who also managed by agent robot things. I guess it's going to be a pyramid of
a pyramid of bullshit. That's just what it's going to be.
Robot AI stuff.
For lack of a better term, the bubble popping, does it come from people slowing down on the build out, or does it come with the promise of what it's supposed to do disappointing people?
I don't necessarily think the latter.
It's going to be unbelievable. I think it's going to be amazing.
It's going to be something really good.
It's going to be something. It's going to be something really good, because no one has been told what this AI is supposed to do other than drain the pockets of the American consumers, to put all of these filthy data centers that are eating up all our energy and water and make billionaires richer. Period. That's what it's going to do. What it has been designed to do. What you can figure out it is doing and has been designed to do. Anything above that, I don't know. I can't do. It's gonna do something. It's gonna be good. How idiotic does this fool sound? Let's move on.
That doesn't mean that everybody succeeds.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that.
And these circular deals, the latest NVIDIA deal, you got to read it, and it's like, they're going to, back this, but then they're going to provide money for OpenAI to buy their chips. And it's so incestuous.
It's convoluted.
It's totally convoluted. You don't know if there's any, real profitability in it.
There's no real profitability. That this is a bunch of bullshit. And your president is still talking about, we had to win the AI. We can't let China. We cannot let China beat us in AI. As they are draining the U.S. population. Now, what's his name? Poker face. Fucking. What is that motherfucker's name? Greasy face. JD Vance, Peter Thiel. He's already picked up and packed up his bag and moved to Argentina. He said, I'm out, bitches. Just send me all of the dumb Americans' money over in Argentina. Fuck you. Your whole country looks like a shithole anyway. I need to go to a country that at least have some spectacular views. That the water and the air has not been ruined by all of our AI data centers. Has not been ruined by us continuing to vote for politicians that don't want to put
in any of the
into the infrastructure of our own country, but would rather send money over to other countries and to countries that are fighting wars for some type of ego and power trips and racism. Fuck being in America. America is a shithole country. And if you're not aware, before I left, I was on vacation last week. The spending power of the American dollar has gone down 30% the week before last. Is your for-profit media talking to you about that? Huh? Why isn't more people talking about the buying power of the American dollar? Or lack thereof, should I say.
The machinations that you figure eventually.
There probably is for NVIDIA. Like he was saying, probably.
Well, there is,
not
yes, for NVIDIA. They're not doing it for free.
Yeah.
But look, I think one of the bottlenecks is that Anthropic and AI and OpenAI are responsible for a lot of the spending that people are doing.
Right.
And Anthropic and AI have models that are now much more expensive than the competition. And I think that is a potential bottleneck.
And this is where that whole Chinese model comes in. We'll get out in a minute here. But if, say, OpenAI and Anthropic are the leaders and they keep coming with new models.
So now they started panicking since I forget the name of that Chinese AI has come on the scene, and now they're all panicking because why would anybody spend all of this money that Steve Altman and all of the rest of these AI hustlers want you to spend for their product when you can get it for pennies on the dollar with the new Chinese AI.
We're all supposedly going to be using, but they're like horribly expensive to run. And what if the money isn't there to buy said things, right? Like, where does this lead us? Or what if the build out, as they're talking about this, like people decide, you know what, we can't build it into any more of these things, or there's backlash in communities. This is what a bubble looks like. And I want to show you also, this is then a Republican point of view of, okay, we totally got to beat China. You got to listen to this one. This is the first time I've heard this version of it. Have a listen.
In some ways, though, it does seem like Americans are between a rock and a hard place, because we're talking about maybe protecting frontier models that you can argue are already monopolies. And they themselves have put in a lot of guardrails. Some say that they have systems that are too woke. Anthropic's had its run-ins with the White House, and on the other side, it's let China run amok. How do you thread that needle?
Yeah, I mean, so the approach in the United States is to develop AI in a responsible manner to protect the public. And so I've used AI so that are jailbroken. There are no filters. There are no restrictions. And I literally could put in prompts to help me build a bomb, for example. I did that, by the way, with the Counterterrorism Institute, but to show the power of unbridled AI. Well, China is allowing that type of AI power onto the open market. And so, sure, it has a free market component to it. Sure, we have to compete on when it comes to a national security perspective, but that same dangerous AI that I was using that was teaching me how to build a bomb is now in the hands of terrorists, and that's because of China. So they are a threat, and we need to have tough.
Oh, China is giving out bomb information. The same AI that I was finding it out on, they are. China is giving out the information. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Conversations.
National security.
Okay, so that was kind of a weird line of discussion. It's the first time I've heard this before. So I guess this guy's looking to build, said things. It's okay. And then I guess because.
Why were you online looking how to build bombs? Is the question. NVIDIA, SpaceX, Microsoft launched AI safety initiative as OpenAI cyber attack fallout continues.
From what Elon Musk says, Microsoft is all about getting AI into your, was it your Windows or whatever? And I know everyone hates that new AI. Was it the Copilot thing? And then NVIDIA is just like, hey, as long as you guys buy my chips, I'm great. And if you don't have enough money, I'll give you some.
Are we factoring in the right cost of capital? Should we be thinking about a higher cost of capital, given what people tell us around this desk about how the energy prices won't retreat back to where they were?
Yeah. So we've got the Fed this week. It does seem to be a live meeting. I don't think the Fed hikes this year, but the market's pricing in 1.5.
Not even September?
I don't think so, but we'll see. Warsh is making every meeting interesting because there's not much guidance. And there are people who want to hike, there are people who don't want to hike. I do think.
You notice your Federal Reserve numbers came out, and they didn't decrease the inflation rates, the interest rates. That they didn't do. There's no big call out with too late Jerome Powell. There's absolutely nothing. So we understand. Oh, and there was also what number came out? Uh, uh, the number for growth that came out, and smiley face, big round smiley face, that said that the U.S. would see a growth at 4%. The growth was at a pedally 1.5%. And he said, "Oh no, you're not counting into the other factors. No, we're counting in the facts that the U.S. had a 1.5% growth when the U.S. had a 1.7% growth the last time they reported the growth in the United States." And you said, well, you know that's because of this, that, and the other. But all of the rest of the quarter, all of the rest of the year, we're going to have a 4% growth. The U.S. is in dire trouble, people. That's all I'm trying to tell you. And these millionaires and billionaires are steadily getting rich and blowing smoke up the asses of these for-profit media who is trying to spin a bunch of bull crap and try to pretend like they mixing up a chocolate cake for you, when in fact that there's a whole lot of spun bullshit that they are whipping up for you.
Think if you're hiking because of the Iran war, that's something you shouldn't do because you are getting the growth headwind from higher oil prices as well. And I think that'll be the narrative that stops the hikes happening because a lot of the inflation is coming through from oil.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Let's move forward because it is all bad news. Yes, it is all bad news. But let's go a little further.
So Elon Musk is absolutely getting crushed today, and I want to give you guys the latest as we got a lot to talk about with AI and robotics. This is the headline then. Elon Musk stocks take 1.5 trillion hit with fresh test in SpaceX lockup ahead. Yes, I heard that correctly. 1.5 trillion to the downside. And essentially, insiders for SpaceX are going to be able to start selling next week and prepare for fireworks. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Cybertruck, dubbed the biggest flop in automotive history.
Well, there is some good news. I said it's all bad, but there is some good news.
Of course it is, right? We kind of all saw this.
I said it's all bad, but there seems to be some good news. So this Elon Musk fraud that we have been talking about, him going public with this X stock, and all of the people are trying to get in on the X spot by a hook or by a crook, and then them changing the seasoning period of time, which used to be up to, it used to be up to, I think 12 years in the past or something like that. And now it is down to 15 days. Seasoning of a new stock going on the market where just individual people could purchase into that stock. Elon Musk made sure that he would have the availability for large pension holders like BlackRock to go into your pension and invest your pension and your 401k into his X stock. This is what's going on in America. Now, all of the other billionaires and millionaires who have been holding on to Tesla stock that turned into X stock that turned into what is that? Neuralink stock that turned into all of these stocks that he have combined. It's time for them to get out. They are in a position where they can start selling this week. You wonder what is going to happen this week? They're going to get paid all of their money, and the only people money who is going to be boosting up this worthless X stock is going to be the average American people. And they sold you this. Who was that? Jamie Dimon went on a whole campaign talking about why you should, with Elon Musk, talking about why you should purchase X stock. Let's see what's happened with X stock.
coming. The thing's ugly. The thing's expensive. He promised they're going to sell a whole bunch of these things. They're not selling that many. And again, the biggest flop in history. This is coming from PP Poo Poo. For real. PP Poo Poo says, can someone good at technical analysis help me decipher this? And it has SpaceX going down, 29% this month. Here's a couple of replies. One person writes, it's pretty obvious, no? When it hits 69, it's going to go vertical all the way to 420. Funding secured. This is classic return to Earth pattern. That's actually pretty funny. You know what? Honestly, in this day and age of meme stock trading, I wouldn't be shocked if someone's going to start, you know what? I'm going to put a big buy orders at 69 and sell orders at 420.
Sell-off in AI and chip stocks is now hitting one of the biggest names in the market, and that is SpaceX. SpaceX shares have fallen 20% below their IPO price. That's more than $1.2 trillion of value erased since last month's peak, which was just within 4 days or 4 trading sessions of the listing. Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz tracking the story. A lot of traffic on this one straight away. On the sell side, everyone's pretty bullish on SpaceX. But in the weeks that have followed that IPO, it's been a downward trajectory.
And we've seen kind of a war, if you will, with short sellers piling in. About 30% of the shares are sold short. So shorts are making a lot of money. To your point, the sell side came out very optimistic, unsurprisingly, because either their banks worked on the IPO and made it pretty hefty fees, or they want to kind of cozy up to SpaceX management and be able to tout relationships. The big question now is what has fundamentally changed about the story?
All the marketing, the sell side, right? The Wall Street people that come out on TV and tell you that, oh, you totally got to buy this thing. But that's messaging to retail investors. And they mention it, and they're trying to keep a straight face on Bloomberg because, you know, anyone who watches stuff, you understand what's going on, is if Wall Street is profiting off, you know, these big IPO deals, and they were having massive parties with the whole IPO thing, and then they release it to the public, right, to retail, they make money off of this stuff. And that's why they have to go out and sell this stuff to you. And then you see these like ridiculously whacked out stuff when people go on TV and say, oh yeah, data centers in space is totally going to be a thing.
I have a million questions about how you'll then accomplish that. But like, it seems that you've done so many interesting things. And at the beginning, I knew what you stood for. I'd love to hear your conception of it now and whether or not it's evolved at all.
I think this will be the greatest thus far technological achievement of human history. But the only way that it really matters is if it makes people's lives like much better than they otherwise would have been. And so part of that is about giving people material abundance and access to do whatever they want and to express their creativity and desire to help each other. Another part of that is making sure that people maintain control and agency, and that the world is increasingly, not decreasingly, democratized, and that people get to express themselves. So on the positive,
a whole lot of vague platitudes and bullshit. A whole lot of vague platitudes and bullshit to get idiots to buy into this stuff.
Do you trust Sam Altman? I'm watching this guy and was like, what are you looking at? He was like looking down at the ground or something. Like when the guy's asking him a question, but that thing was whacked out. And then he starts talking like Elon Musk kind of stuff. And this is the world that we live in. Like, there's all these like tech bros. It's promise you we're all going to have this great future. They're just popping out of the woodworks today. This is a dude with a robot bicycle. You got to see it for yourself.
When Steve Jobs launched the MacBook, he famously said it was like a bicycle for your mind. Well, at Genie, we've created a mind for your bicycle. Let's check it out.
You heard it correctly. A mind for your bicycle. So I guess this is an autonomous bicycle or something. It says introducing Aladdin, an autonomous moped built to be your personal assistant. So this is going to be your autonomous moped, personal assistant. Most physical AI assistants save you minutes. Aladdin is designed to save you hours. Pre-order yours today. Maybe, guys, maybe. The couple things I want to say about this is, okay, if any of these business ventures end up becoming profitable, right? Let's say, for example, there's a future in automated mopeds. You totally want one, right? Then there's going to be a lot of people piling into this stuff. And so this idea that there's ever only going to be one company is kind of ridiculous. Sometimes you can be the first mover. That's true. And maybe early on for, we'll say a couple of years, everything's great because you're the only player in the game. But then again, if this ends up being profitable, more people will jump in. Also, being first mover has a lot of risks. because it's not necessarily a proven business model, I'm not necessarily, convinced that automated mopeds is a thing, but there's that. Here's another one. This is a Tau Robotics. They're going with this is going to be like your robot house cleaner thing. And I'm looking at this thing. It looks like it's a, how can I say, like a Wi-Fi thing on top of its head. I mean, you can see it there, right? That's just the way that it looks. And this guy was saying, I think they want to charge you like $30 an hour for this thing. There it is right there. And it's going to...
They don't want to pay you as a human being $30 an hour, so you won't be a part of the working poor. Make this make sense. Make this make sense. But talking about lifting a minimum wage, are they presenting a dumb shit like this? Let's continue.
Cool. Pretty cool. This kind of sounds like personal agent-ish. What are the barriers to everyone having that? I want that. Compute.
Necessary. The clothing could actually work okay. Is this a particularly great version of it? I mean, I'll let you guys be the judge of that.
That feels pretty magical.
Pretty cool. This kind of sounds like personal agent-ish. What are the barriers to everyone having that? I want that.
Compute, man. Let's imagine that we could build this product that could just do exactly what I said for all your stuff.
Always on.
Always.
You know what? I am so sick of this Ivanka Trump, these billionaires. Let's just imagine. Let's just imagine that we could do this. I found this fantastic island in the Mediterranean when I was on vacation. What the fuck is going on here?
On looking at everything you look at your computer, listening to every meeting that you're in, reading every document you read. And then not only can it do all that, which takes a lot of tokens, you can just drag a slider about like, while I'm asleep, you can spend this many tokens thinking, like come up with useful new ideas for me, do whatever work you can, and then just like keep thinking about what I should do next. What an interesting thing is, like just
these people are whack jobs.
More compute.
And again, you guys, I want to hear in the comments, is this the future?
This motherfucker looks slow. Imagine with me, I can just lay down and I can think, and it usually would take a lot of tokens, but what if I can just slide something? Because you were the one who said that what people would able to learn from AI, the helpfulness of AI, in the information, the helpful and correct information that they would get out of your AI would depend on how many tokens they had. If they were a rich person, you didn't say this, but you said the correct information that they get out of AI would depend upon how many tokens they had to spend on AI, which then meant that if you did not have a lot of tokens to spend on AI, you could get some improper information that was not factual from AI. But if you had a lot of tokens to spend on AI, it would be checked and double checked, and you would have gotten the right information. Now, these people are talking about AI teaching your children. So, what do you think that AI is going to be teaching your children that don't go to rich schools, that don't have rich parents, that cannot buy them all of these tokens? Huh? What do you think that the poor students are going to be learning against the rich students? But Sam Altman, you weren't ready for the fact that China fucking undercut all of you money grubbing, lying motherfuckers who are out here trying to take everything from everyday people for your own self-greed, and they offered it for pennies on the dollars, and now you guys are in regroup mode, bitch. Regroup. Let's see what the latest on AI is. All of these are in my description box. These AI giants are having to regroup now. They got slapped across their head from, we can't let China win.
So it's looking like the global economy is completely broke. And I want to show you guys what's going on. This is the headline. U.S. Treasury undertakes historic intervention in.
Now, here's Scott Bessent. Here's Scott Bessent trying to save trying to save our bonds, our bond markets. Here's what Scott Bessent is trying to do to make sure people continue to buy U.S. bonds.
Yen market. We actually talked about this on Friday. Now we're getting more news about it, and it appears that they're going to be doing it some more. What are we talking about? So you got a broke USA, a broke Japan, a broke global economy, and you got this note that just came out. So this was apparently a note from Scott Bessent.
Don't you hate it when you get busted in a kiss ass one of those Trump cabinet meetings, and you have a to-do list is to buy Japanese yen 15 to what is it 5 to 10 billion dollars worth of Japanese yen? That is the only thing that's on your mind, and you got to write a to-do note. Don't you hate when that gets out in the public, Scott Bessent? How you are sitting up lying to the American people, talking about how everything is great and how much money that has come into the Treasury, as you are trying to prop up the American dollar. This is a whole shit show that is going on that everybody's ignoring.
And you can read it right here. And there's been debates. Is he leaking this out on purpose? Did someone just take a picture of it? You know, there's certainly debates on that. But the note says to do buy Japanese yen, okay, 5 to 10 billion.
So, but did he do it? Who gives a fuck if it's a setup? But was
is here a notepad in front of U.S. Secretary's Treasury Scott Bessent reads right by Japanese yen. That was at Camp David, July 31st, 2026. Okay. Then we have this is all in conjunction. You have to put this all together. Oil drops over 4% after Trump calls off planned strike on Iran. So you got oil prices, you got the war, you got this looks like a bailout of the Japanese yen, which is a whole issue in itself. And then you got Trump just mentioning it today. And this is where markets are moving right now.
We have a good relationship with Japan. We're very strong, very, very strong financially. They are, they have a weakening yen, a little bit of help, and we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
Mr. President,
they were not good.
What is the U.S. getting out of that arrangement?
Financial benefit. Financial benefit. It's also good for the world economy. But we make, like when we did with Argentina, I got criticized, we made $25 billion on that deal. On Venezuela, we make hundreds of billions of dollars.
We made $25 billion on Argentina when we gave them $48 billion. What is it? How much did they give Argentina? Either 24. I think they gave them 24 or $48 billion. So what the fuck are you talking about? Of your tax dollars. And gave the American farmers $12 billion. So can somebody make anything that he's saying make sense to me?
I make good deals. Intel, I made $75 billion for the country. I didn't make for me, I made for the country. Intel, I backed Intel. It's the hottest stock right now on the New York Stock, on the very.
Oh, so there he is giving stock tips for his buddies.
Stock exchanges. So we made about $75 to $80 billion. Japan wanted to, it was really more than anything else, it was a signal of friendship.
You said
because the yen is weakening and the dollar is doing great.
You said the answer.
The fact is, our country is doing great. Everybody wants help from our country.
Did he say everyone wants help from our country? Okay. This is then the headline today, and it just came out. U.S.-Japan confirm coordinated yen intervention, signal readiness for more. Okay, so we're worried about a crashing yen, basically. We also have to remember that Japan holds a lot of U.S. debt. And also, actually, we're worried that what if Japan starts dumping U.S. debt? What would that do to borrowing costs in USA? They would skyrocket. Essentially, the Iran war is costing everyone a lot. Just long story short. Every day I talk to my wife about this, like, how long can this go on? Maybe not much longer. Seriously, just financially, we're in real trouble. When oil prices go up, it really affects countries in Asia because they have to import a lot of oil. Someone like, or a country like Japan, I should say, has to import a lot of goods. And when your currency is weak, everything becomes ridiculously expensive. The trade in Japan.
How does anybody don't know this? Let's see what else we have here.
Really yen movements. That's what they're concerned about here. Okay. And I have real concerns about this very often at all. So it signals like real problems in our economic system. U.S. Treasury Scott Bessent also confirmed the coordinated action in a statement saying, quote, Friday's coordinated foreign exchange actions countered disorderly yen movements. That's what they're concerned about here.
So if Bessent didn't make that move, they would have Japan would have started selling off U.S. bonds.
Okay. And I have real concerns, like, I mean, there's so many problems going on right now, you know, and it's multiple countries in the world are also facing slowing growth globally. So there's that, and higher oil costs. I mean, you guys kind of see where this is going. Oil slumps as Trump holds off on Iran attack.
Now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins.
Now, understand that Women's Friday, you know, all of the market manipulation, the same old thing, all of the cursing, and he wanted them done. And now all of a sudden, when it has come out that the United States have little to none munitions, now all of a sudden they're working on negotiations. A bunch of ignorance and bullshit. And your media is ignoring this stuff. They have other things to talk about. What is it? No matter. Let me see where we are this morning.
So do we got some sort of deal or not? That is the question of this morning. And these are your headlines. Oil prices fall more than 5%. So yes, market's saying something good. That's good. Oil prices going down. As Middle East tensions ebb, okay, on diplomatic efforts. And the keywords of today are perimeters of a deal. So is that a real deal or not? I'm just telling you what it is. Perimeters of a deal, that's coming from Trump. We have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attack, in that the perimeters of a deal has been agreed to. Okay. And we're trying to figure out if this is real or not.
Now, you know that Iran is not asking them to do anything. If you think that Iran is coming to them, asking them a perimeter of a deal, when he just threw up the memorandum of understanding that the United States never and Israel never abided by, you think that Israel is running to them talking about a parameter of a fucking deal? Are they serious? And some of you ignorants will believe that this is true. Market manipulation at its best.
From abroad in the coming days, nor are we scheduled to be hosted somewhere ourselves.
Sort of been disasters, and they didn't want us to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either.
Month 6th, the Wall Street Journal then says here, Trump pivots back to diplomacy as Iran victory eludes him. And he was threatening heavy bombing over the weekend. Nothing happened. And now we're back to perimeters of a deal, apparently.
President Trump calling off planned strikes against Iran as he says a deal is close. According to the president, talks will resume today, aimed at finalizing an agreement on the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says he was asked by Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia to hold off as diplomatic efforts play out.
We are attacked. That would be the biggest attack since World War II. And it would have been disastrous. and they didn't want us to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either. They thought that.
Okay, so do we have anything? That's the question. And
No.
the other next question would be, what is Ron saying? Well, I'll show you. This is just coming out right now. This is Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Esmail Begai. Let's see what they say here. So first it says no current talks with U.S. And he goes on to say, we currently do not have negotiations with America.
Know what? No current talks with the U.S. What? Like I said, do you think that Iran wanted to go in this back and forth of wasting their motherfucking time? We have a parameters of a deal. Who is on the ground of making the parameters of a deal? You know, every time Steve Witkoff and his fucking begging ass son-in-law Jared Kushner begging for money goes to the Middle East. It's a big hoopla. Who is doing this alleged negotiation? Nobody. If nobody. We're sending Jared and Steve back, and we're gonna see if we can make a deal. Who is in these negotiations? No one.
Thing. Well, I'll show you. This is just coming out right now. This is Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Esmail Begai. Let's see what they say here. So first it says no current talks with U.S. And he goes on to say, we currently do not have negotiations with America. So no negotiations with the U.S. Negotiations are with Oman, okay, and are focused on reaching an understanding over a path to ensure the security of shipping, passage through the Strait of Hormuz. As I said, we are neither scheduled to host a delegation from abroad in the coming days, nor are we scheduled to be hosted somewhere ourselves. Huh.
Nobody's coming here, and we're not going nowhere else to meet somebody or to be hosted or to host a delegation of negotiations. That's what they're saying.
Doesn't make me feel any better. And I just told you what Iran said. So I guess they're supposedly talking with Oman at the moment about, can we do something with the Strait? But then he was saying, from his own words, I guess we're not going anywhere. No one's coming to us. I mean, yes, you can call on the phone. That's totally true. But I mean, I think until you meet in person, I would agree that, you know, those are when real talks take place. I mean, you look at the American headlines. Iran says Hormuz talks underway after Trump calls off strikes. That's from Bloomberg. Al Jazeera has it differently, though. Iranian Foreign Ministry says no current talks with the U.S., right? But then, as I showed you, his exact words were, I guess we're talking with Oman. So there's that. I'm just showing you guys what it is. Again, we're at perimeters of a deal.
Look, so far throughout my career studying oil markets, I've never come across anyone able to put a very specific value to the oil premium, because anyway, that varies from one party to the other. However, just to give you an example, when there were calls of ceasefire and the ceasefire was announced, we saw how much oil prices dropped, I think around $20 or $25 very quickly. Even the latest increase that we saw last week, we saw prices jumping, I don't know, maybe to $100, and then immediately dropped back to 80. Just to give a rough number, and I'm here being very careful because I don't think we can pinpoint a very specific figure, but I'm not excluding entirely $20 to $25 being a premium, geopolitical risk premium added. And that's what's justifying this sharp volatility that we are seeing on a daily basis, but does not reflect really market fundamentals.
Okay. So according to her, maybe you're paying a premium of $20, $25 a barrel. That's how I heard that.
Iran must be hit on all fronts now, including covert action for regime change. That's my topic. So, General Keane will be here in just a moment. So after yesterday's IRGC performance, trying to attack an American military base in Jordan, on top of all the other attacks they've made, and all the things they've refused to say about a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz deal, these are radical Islamists. They hate America, they hate Israel. They're deluded into thinking that they can win the war and run the Middle East and continue to sponsor terrorism and build nuclear weapons. It's a delusion. It's one thing after another with them. And I think it's fair to say right now, negotiations going nowhere, absolutely nowhere. Now, President Trump is doing what no other president has done, trying to bring peace and freedom to the Middle East and stop the Iranians.
So every time I see these kind of guys, I'm always like, dude, you're just talking about yourself there, right? Being delusional and crazy and such.
Exactly.
One thing I will agree on, though, is that it seems like talks are going nowhere. So we can agree on that. He did mention Jordan. Again, I just want to Iran. And I guess there was some guy who sent an email to like, hey, we got to come up with something. Do you got any ideas? That's literally what we're talking about here is an email chain. It says the request from a senior officer at the U.S. military command carrying out President Trump's war with Iran came in an email. We need ideas. What? Okay. Here's a quote. We are looking for new and creative and unconventional ways to pressure and punish Iran. So that's an officer at the U.S. Central Command's intelligence branch wrote in a message sent Wednesday to a broad group of military analysts. So I guess a lot of people saw this. A second source also said that a senior U.S. military officer sent the message last week soliciting new ideas on how to deal with Iran. Well, I mean, at least they're trying some new stuff here, but it just shows you how
pathetic. How pathetic. This link is in my description box. I just tried to broke as fuck, broke AF. This link will be in that description box, denoting how the United States is basically going broke. I want to show you. I do want to show you this soldier from
these kids. Let's continue.
I want to show you this soldier who actually has admitted that we are out of munitions in Iran. Let me find him right quick. Hold on 1 second. No. I do have it. Maybe this is it. Is this it? No. That's not it. Hold on. The tongues are wagging in this administration. Hold on. Where is it? I got to find it. I have to find it. Oh my goodness. I think I just passed it. Here it is.
A top U.S. military general is going public with a dire warning. The United States has run out of military equipment. If Donald Trump intends to escalate the catastrophic war in Iran, a general who I've been praising now for the better part of the year, even before the United States invaded Venezuela, he's the one who came out with this publicly. His name is General Alexis Grinkowicz. His call sign is Grinch. He's currently the Allied commander for the United States with NATO. He's a beloved general, and based on him going public, I worry that he will probably be forced out or fired like many of the other top generals and admirals that the Trump regime has pushed out, as Hegseth and Trump have pushed out. But General Alexis Grinkowicz, he went public in the past 24 hours. the top U.S. commander in Europe with NATO. He warned that the Pentagon no longer has enough Navy destroyers to be involved in any escalation of this catastrophic war in Iran. The way Grinkowicz framed it, knowing that Donald Trump is a Netanyahu bootlicker, is Grinkowicz is like, I know Israel's the one dragging us into this escalation again, like Netanyahu dragged us into this catastrophic war with Iran. But let's be clear, Trump and Hegseth and the U.S. regime of war criminals was complicit with the Netanyahu regime of war criminals. But what Grinkowicz is saying is, all right, well, then you're not going to be able to protect Israel. We're not going to be able, if that's what matters to you, Donald, apparently that's the big deal for you, not the American people, not the Middle East allies, not anybody else, you war criminal. Well, we're not going to be able to protect Israel. So don't be surprised when Iran is able to pierce through the so-called Iron Dome in Israel. Iran has already been able to destroy, Grinkowicz explains, and we've been talking about this, the Arab Dome, the dome you promised to protect the Arab nations. Iran is striking all the U.S. bases there, and you're about to expose that the Iron Dome isn't able to protect Israel right now, Grinkowicz is basically saying. So these Navy destroyers, which have intercepted missiles targeting Israel and other locations as well, are stretched by operations in the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and around Iran, while maintenance issues have further reduced availability. I want you to think about that too. Maintenance issues. We've seen that with the aircraft carrier groups as well, because Hegseth doesn't know what the hell he's doing. The most basic stuff, keep
unqualified
your equipment operational, keep your ships operational, deal with things like the nuts and bolts. I know that's boring for Donald Trump and Hegseth, things like the plumbing, the laundry, food on the ship, stuff like that. Hegseth doesn't care about and doesn't think about. And so you have maintenance issues, you have supply chain issues, you have Iran realizes this. That's one of the reasons the Houthis opened up the Red Sea and shut down the Red Sea to Saudi Arabia's tankers. Saudi Arabia now has to take a longer route around Africa. MBS sent his brother this past week while Netanyahu was in the U.S. His brother's the defense minister, Khalid bin Salman, to meet with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. MBS called Donald Trump yesterday. And you had the warning from General Grinkowicz in Europe saying, we don't have the ability anymore with Navy destroyers to help you if you escalate this catastrophic war. We're giving you this warning. So it wasn't surprising that late last night around 11 p.m., Donald Trump posted, despite the fact that we have the capabilities and levels of military terror strength like we've never had before since World War II. We have military terror ready to go. But the perimeter of a deal with Iran is now being discussed. Trump says the perimeter. So we're not going to strike Iran. Look, it's not just.
We have been axed by Iran. So what? I thought that the what Iran did was so egregious that you were going to do all of this, fuck them up and all of this. But it says we have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attack that the perimeter of a deal has been agreed to. Bullshit.
Are ready to go. But the perimeter of a deal with Iran is now being discussed. Trump says the perimeter. So we're not going to strike Iran. Look, it's not just an issue of the Navy destroyers. And by the way, the Navy destroyers carry SM-3 and SM-6 anti-ballistic missile interceptors. We also know that the United States has run out of its stockpile of the THAAD interceptors, like each one of them cost about $12.5 million each. The PAC-3 Patriot interceptors we've run out of. And in order to replenish the THAAD and the PAC-3s and these SM-3s and SM-6s, takes years. I mean, maybe some PAC-3s will be ready to go in 2029 based on what we depleted, but these THAADs can potentially be pushed to 2030, maybe even later for when they will be ready. I mean, it is a real dire situation indeed. And so I want to share with you, if I can, just to remind you what Grinkowicz said back in January of 2026. This is when I began highlighting General Grinkowicz. And one of the things he was talking about then is he's like, pay attention, because while Donald Trump is out there attacking Greenland and attacking, all of these countries that, that Trump is attacking our allies, Grinkowicz is like, I just want you to be aware, you've got Iran, He was in Switzerland, he was in Sweden rather, when he was giving this speech and talking about what a model ally Sweden is. He was trying to, be nice to like other NATO allies, Gingrich was, but he was like, look, Iran, China, North Korea, they're working together. They're building up their munitions while Trump is out there basically attacking allies. That's what Gingrich was basically saying. Here, play this clip.
China continues to fund Putin's war machine. Iran continues to supply technology and weapons. And North Korean combat troops remain in Russia on Ukraine's border. And of course, there's a confluence between Russia, Iran, and Venezuela and their dark fleet of oil tankers that is helping to fund the war. In the Arctic and the high north, we see a similar trend. Russian and Chinese vessels are conducting more and more joint patrols. Chinese icebreakers and research vessels are in Arctic waters, and their research is not for peaceful purposes. It's to gain a military advantage. Russia, meanwhile, continues testing advanced capabilities in the Barents Sea. As new shipping routes emerge and new resources are discovered, the Arctic only grows in strategic importance. And all of this comes in the midst of an increasing hybrid threat: airspace violations, GPS and GNSS interference, and the shadow fleet in the Baltic Sea threatening underwater infrastructure. In short, the Arctic and Northern Europe, by extension, has become a front line for strategic competition.
And then in that same...
All right, there you have it. So thank you guys for joining me. Please hit the like button. All of the links are in my description box. Come back on Wednesday. We will have more information. Now, go over and check out the Willie D. I think it's Willie D. Willie D. And let me see. Hold on. And hold on. I think let me find this. There appears to be some updates on the Nolan Wells story. Let me see if that is here. Let me see where I saw the update of that, and let me check. Oh, maybe it was Willie D. Willie D Live. I think the update on the Nolan Wells case. Everything just changed in the Nolan Wells case. We have two videos from Willie D. Let me share his link with you. I'll go over there if you want some updates from Willie D. The two updates are Nolan Wells' body position explained in They Panic. Everything just changed in the Nolan Wells case. So here you go. This is the link to go over there and check out Willie D Live from the Ghetto Boys. Go over there and check him out, and come back and visit me on Wednesday. I will be here again on Wednesday. I appreciate all of my new subscribers. I appreciate all the likes, thumbs up, support, and I'll see you again on Wednesday, unless something breaks new tomorrow. I appreciate you. Have a great remainder of your day. All right, bye-bye.